Recording in progress.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen and counselors. Tonight we have our 39th meeting of the 24th Council, and I will call our meeting to order. All of our counselors are present. We have two counselors that will be joining us a little bit late this evening, Counselor Harris and Counselor Benton. With that, we will move on to a moment of silence. And I will lead that moment of silence tonight. I would like to dedicate our moment of silence to Benny Hargrave, the 13-year-old Washington Middle School young man who was recently killed. And I would also like to dedicate our moment of silence to the people of Haiti and the people of Afghanistan. So with me, would you join me, counselors, for just that moment? Thank you so much, counselors. And tonight I will ask Counselor Senna if she would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in English. Counselor Senna.
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Counselor Senna. And Counselor Bassan, would you lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish, please?
Thank you. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. So with that, counselors, I am going to be reading some information for the public into the record. As was noted in a press release from our office on Friday, posted on our website and notice on our published council agenda, this meeting has special procedures and is being held via Zoom video conference. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting live through 4 different platforms: GOV TV on Comcast Channel 16, the GOV TV website, YouTube, and the Zoom webinar. These live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. For those watching on the live stream, thank you this evening for joining us. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 768-3100 for assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council is accepting live general public comment today, as well as any written comments. Written comments received by 3 p.m. were distributed to all counselors in advance of today's meeting. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. We are going to begin our agenda with proclamations and presentations. And this evening, we have several presentations. So I would ask the public to just be patient with us regarding the presentations, because they're all very important to us and information that we receive. We will start this evening with Black Fund update on grant information. Nicole Bedford and Adrienne Koplick, are you available? Miss Bedford, are you there?
Yes.
You may go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. My name is Nicole Bedford, and I am the community liaison for the Black Community Investment Fund. And tonight I'm just here to give you a presentation on where the fund is headed now and how the fund was organized. The Black Community Investment Fund, here's the status report. First, I want to start with the timeline. The timeline is how the Black Community Investment Fund came together. And so from November to December, the community liaison coordinator was hired, which was myself, and then we formulated a steering committee. Let's see if they can go to the third slide. Thank you. From March through May, the steering committee met every week. During those meetings, a survey was created to get feedback from the community. We established an application and processes for the grant application. We created a timeline for the grant process. What we came up with, original deadline for the application was set for the 15th of May, and our goal was to have the money distributed by June 30th. That was put on hold for that timeline because the city and the One Albuquerque Fund needed to finalize agreement between the two parties. Once that agreement was signed, there was an addendum put to the agreement. The agreement was signed, and if you can go to the next slide, sorry. The agreement was signed on June 18th. The applications went out June 19th through July 19th. All the applications had to be turned in by July 19th by 5 p.m. The steering committee started meeting in subgroups to review the applications. On July 23rd, One Albuquerque Fund received the grant money. All applications will be reviewed by August 20th, and recommended applications will be approved by the One Albuquerque Fund Board by August 25th. If you go to the next slide. From September to December of 2021, award letters will go out to all awardees. Funding will be distributed to awardees who turn in their W-9s. The deadline for the W-9s to be turned in would be the second week in September. Our planning is to get all funding out distributed by the end of September. The steering committee will meet with community members to discuss possible investments within the Black community. And the second phase of the money will start in November with handing funding out for startup businesses and having those startup businesses going through a training incubator period. And then all awardees will need to turn in their first report by December 31st. So that's the first phase for the timeline. That's the first phase of the timeline with the Black Community Investment Fund. If you can go to the next slide. As I discussed earlier, the steering committee met and we put together a criteria for the Black Community Investment Fund. With the criteria, each business had a possible of obtaining 145 points, and the nonprofits had a possibility of getting 125 points. All applications were graded on clarity of the application, quality and effectiveness. Is the business or organization Black owned? For businesses, the grading scale or the criteria was based off of the impact businesses have had during the COVID-19 pandemic, businesses' needs due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and how is the business surviving during the COVID-19 pandemic. For organization or nonprofits, they were based off of the impact the organization has had on the Black community. How is the organization essential to the Black community? And how is the organization surviving during the COVID-19 pandemic? If you go to the next slide, it'll show the award amounts. So for businesses, any business that scored 130 to 145 was able to obtain $20,000 to $30,000. If they scored 114 to 129, they were able to get $10,000 to $20,000, and anybody from 98 to 113 was $5,000 to $10,000. And for nonprofits, if they scored anywhere between 115 and 125, they were able to obtain $10,000 to $20,000. 104 to 114 was 5,000 to 10,000, and 93 to 113 was 2,000 to 5,000. If you go to the next slide, the application categories, the categories that were out there, and most of the applications that applied, but what we were basing it off of was STEM tech programs, manufacturing, health and human services, retail, food services, business consulting, economic development, personal care, marketing, and arts and entertainment. Those were the major categories that we received, and also that we based the applications off of. If you go to the next slide, so distribution phase. The distribution phase, this is the first phase that we're looking at in the distribution of the money. What we received after July 19th, we had 110 business applications to apply. 9 nonprofit applications, so we had a total of 119 applications. 52 applications have been reviewed and ranked. 18 applications are ready for approval from the One Albuquerque Fund Board. 13 have been not denied, and 21 need revision. And what we mean by that is, if they can, we just need a little bit more detail on their tax information. Also just a little bit clarification with any of the forms that they had to submit with the applications. 54 applications still need to be reviewed. Those applications would be reviewed from the week of August 16th through the 20th this week. All recommended applications will be reviewed and approved by the One Albuquerque Fund Board on August 25th. Distributions will be made by the end of September. Let me think. Okay. With the distribution, the businesses and organizations have 1 year to spend the money. So no matter when they receive the money, they still will have to submit a report. So if they receive the money in September, they still have to give a report December 31st of 2021. The next report would be due by March 31st of 2022. And then they would have the final report turned in December 31st, 2022. Also, we let the businesses and organizations know that they would be up for a site visit if need be, but we would conduct site visits with all these businesses. And the next slide, please. So the second phase, because I've been talking about first phase, second phase. The second phase was another portion of the money, would have another portion of the money that would be invested into the community. And so that is what the second phase would be, is community development. Within the community development, we want to do a training for businesses. We found that a lot of the applications, that some businesses would need just a little bit more training in helping them to sustain that business and with their marketing. And so what we want to do, not just with the startup businesses, but other businesses that need that little extra help, we wanted to develop an incubator. And we would be working with Alex Horton. He's the founder and executive director of the International District Economic Development. And he actually has an incubator program that he's working with now with startup businesses. And we want to partner with them in bringing up more of the businesses plus startup businesses that are outside of the International District. Those businesses would have to go through that incubator period in order to receive the funding. So it would be a 2-month period that they would have to go through before they would receive any funding. Also with community development is home ownership. We wanted to work on with the statistics that African Americans have the lowest as far as home ownership. And so we want to work with that with our community in getting more African Americans to own their homes. We also were looking at possible matching funds. We are working with the Kellogg Foundation to match the funds. We're also working with the Maddox Foundation, and we're looking into doing Community Development Financial Institute, especially to help us with the home ownership. And that would consist of buying old properties, fixing them up, and having African American families be able to purchase those homes. And so we want to start working with that with the Community Development Financial Institute. And all of this is to help revitalize the Black community. And I think that's the last of the slides. If there's any questions or answers, or any questions.
Sorry, I'm muted. I see a question from Counselor Jones, Counselor Senna, and I see Counselor Gibson raising her hand as well. So I think we'll go in that order. Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I must say, Ms. Bedford, that was a wonderful presentation. I am so impressed with the content and how much information you gave us. You know, we've kind of been talking a little bit about what happened. Where is it going? And your explanation was magnificent. And I'm pleased to see it's covering so many different areas. So I would hope that in the future you will come back and visit us again and give us an update on how the recipients have done and how it has helped them with their businesses and going forward. So thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you, Counselor. And most definitely, I would love to come and give a report out on the success that we had.
Thank you.
Counselor Senna.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Bedford, for that presentation and just update. I had a few questions in terms of, you know, what it is exactly that falls or entails for the site visit. You know, a lot of our other grants don't have site visits, so that just piqued my interest. And my second comment and question really is also home ownership is something, of course, that I love and support, and just knowing our own history within Albuquerque, whether you're Asian American or African American, there was language that still exists that permits people of Asian or Black descent to even live on certain properties and certain covenants. And so I think that really pushing and thinking about our own history of redlining, that it is important to really address some of these issues and highlight and bring about how we support that. So just if you could elaborate a little bit more on the home ownership side, and you know, how else are we also getting assistance out there for people to apply for some of these grants?
Thank you, Counselor Senna. We with home ownership, and like you were saying, in history is just with the history in New Mexico or in Albuquerque, it has been hard for minorities to obtain the home ownership. And so one way we were looking at is like Habitat for Humanity. And the way they do the programs is with this money and with the matching funds from the other foundations, if we're able to obtain properties or abandoned homes and do the revitalization, you know, do the restructuring of those properties, and then being able to have families to apply for those. So if we work with HomeWise and we work with other foundations, and we're able to really really change those properties and have that ability for home ownership for the Black community, I think that would help with a lot. I used to work with the Office of African American Affairs, and we worked in that area about doing the education on home ownership, helping families with their credit so they'd be able to own a home. So it wouldn't just be having them to purchase the home, but it's also giving them that education to sustain those homes. Also to give them that education on how to, also giving that education on how, you know, they can really qualify for the homes, and we can work with different organizations, because I was born and raised here, and I remember when my parents first started way back in the 70s. I'm dating myself, way back in the 70s, and you know how hard it was for them to have that home ownership, and then hearing the stories of families that were able to live in certain neighborhoods, and you know a couple of years ago, they just named the Albuquerque Housing Authority after an African-American family that fought for these families to be able to own homes. So I think this is just an opportunity to have that money that we can help with these families and really get people to own their homes and stop with the renting. And so like you were saying, we are the lowest. Asian families, Black families, they're the lowest as far as obtaining these homes. And if we can have that opportunity to give them that education and then that opportunity to own a home, here's a chance to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Bedford. Counselor Gibson, I think you had a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Bedford, thank you very much for this presentation and giving us what looks like a very tightly thought out, well planned, and executed way of getting funding to people who have a good plan and can get it out to and help people who need it. I'm particularly excited about your interest in uh, uh, getting people housed.
Mhm.
And so I thank you for that, and really glad that you're with us today, and thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Councilor Gibson. Thank you.
Ms. Bedford, it looks like Councilor Sena still has another question.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And sorry, I know I asked two questions in
Yes.
very long ways too. So I was just curious about, and it wasn't addressed, but I will say at least, I think in terms of home ownership, I don't know if it's, possibly education, but it's also understanding some of the barriers that a lot of these families face.
Mhm.
And our own education on that, right, in understanding these systemic barriers. But I was curious to revisit the site visits, if you can explain a little bit of that.
With the site visits, the steering committee had decided to do site visits just to see how the businesses are utilizing the funds that were given to them. Also, just to make sure that they have the resources, they have the trainings that they need to be able to not only use the funds in the way that that they had put down in their applications, but also just to make sure that their business would be sustainable once these funds ran out. It's not a whole lot of money for these businesses, but it is something that to help them to get them through. But we want to make sure they have that education, they have the materials that they need to be able to carry on and be successful in the future. And so by the site visits, it's not to check up on them, but it's really just to make sure that they have the tools that they need to be successful and that they're on track in spending the money within that year as well. So it's just really, I think really the site visits is just a support mechanism that we put together just to let them know we're not giving you this money and then we're done with you. We're giving you this money to help you and to be able to help you sustain your business as well.
Thank you, Ms. Bedford. I also appreciate very much the information that you've given us on this grant program. In the beginning, we had lots of questions, and it really appears that it's been very well executed. One of the things that stayed with me when you were giving your presentation is that you work with other organizations and other agencies or companies or whatever. And one of the things that crossed my mind when you were talking was a lot of credit unions offer training.
Mhm.
So you might reach out to the New Mexico Credit Union Association. And I think Juan Fernandez is the executive director, and he works with all credit unions across the state of New Mexico. So that might be helpful because they offer a lot of training programs for people that are, either in business or housing programs or ways to, remain sustainable. So I would just encourage you to do that.
Thank you, Madam President. I sure will. We're looking for other resources, and we don't want to do this by ourselves because it'll take everybody to have this to work. So yes, I will reach out to them. We have also talked with the New Mexico Small Business Administration and doing the training programs as well for the businesses. So as many resources that the steering committee can have to give out would be really great.
Thank you. Our best to you in this program as it moves forward. With that, thank you. If you have any closing remarks, you can address them now or we will move on.
Okay. Well, thank you. I just want to thank you for allowing me to give you the information about the Black Community Investment Fund, and I will most definitely keep you updated on how it's going. Thank you so much for having me this evening.
Thank you so much. Okay, counselors, we will move on to our next order of business, which is the CASA update, which is a report that I called for. I think it's important that we not only update ourselves and make sure that we're all kind of hearing the same information, but also that the public is up to date on where the CASA is. Of course, the CASA is, has been ongoing for many years, and although we have come to be fond of some of the people involved in the CASA that are here from out of state, we would like nothing more than to also see them exit at some point in time. So with that, we have Commander Arturo Sanchez and Deputy Commander Sean Waite, who will be presenting to us this evening. And I'm looking to see if they are on. They're in the chief's office. Okay. So good evening, Commander Sanchez and Deputy Commander Waite.
All right. Good evening, Council. My name actually is, I'm Acting Commander Jason Sanchez, and Sean Waite could not be with us this evening.
Okay, Commander, we have you down as Arturo Sanchez, but I can't see you, so I couldn't recognize that it wasn't him. So go ahead. We look forward to your report.
All right. Well, I do have a PowerPoint presentation I'm trying to share.
Julian should share it.
There we go.
Julian's going to share it.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, thank you all for taking time out and hearing this presentation. I want to first, like I said earlier, my name is Jason Sanchez. I am currently the acting commander in our Accountability and Analytics Bureau with the Albuquerque Police Department. I want to provide a brief update on our CASA, the court-approved settlement agreement. Before we begin, I want to talk about and make sure that we all have just a basic understanding of the definitions of some of the things that are going to be highlighted in this presentation. First, I want to talk a little bit about the actual sections that are outlined in the CASA. So most of you are probably aware the CASA has several different sections that range from discussion to use of force, to specialized units, to policies and training, staffing, community engagement, so on and so forth. If you look at the CASA in a holistic fashion, you'll see that you have 344 paragraphs in total. Of those 344 paragraphs, you have 276 paragraphs that are measurable for compliance efforts. That is what the independent monitoring team uses to basically as a report card for how the department is going towards compliance efforts. So to understand that, we have to understand that there's 3 different levels of compliance. They are defined as primary compliance, which basically means that we have policies and procedures that are in place that are in line with the settlement agreement. Then you have secondary compliance, which means that not only do you have policy and procedures that are in place, but you have an effective training regimen that supports those policies and procedures. And third, you have operational compliance. That means that not only do you have policy and procedures and an effective training regimen, but you have now an instituted cultural of accountability within the department where these are the day-to-day actions and how the department is conducting its course of business. Okay, so moving on, I want to go to the next slide. And in that slide, you'll see this bar graph. And this is hopefully will highlight what we've done as a department since the monitor's first report, which came out in 2015. During that time, you'll see that there are actually 12 reports. We did not leave out IMR 7. There was no report that was produced for that particular period in time. But I want to highlight your attention to the navy blue. Those are going to be our primary compliance paragraphs. And you'll see that back in 2018, we became 100% compliant with our primary compliance initiatives. Then you look at the light blue, and you'll see that you'll also see a trend up until about IMR 11, and then our third way of measuring is going to be our operational compliance. So I want to focus really on IMR 12 and IMR 13, because that's where you can see a little bit of a drop off. And we want to identify what are the reasons, what are the reasons why we saw a decrease in compliance in secondary and operational compliance initiatives. So let's go to our next slide, and that can hopefully highlight a little bit about that. So as I mentioned, we are still in primary compliance from IMR 12 to 13. However, we see our secondary compliance actually experienced a loss of about 9.9%. I want to say this is largely due to decreased compliance in use of force techniques, reporting, investigations, and training. The same theme is going to be going on with our operational compliance. We lost actually 7.8% in this area. And again, this is largely due to the decreased compliance in our TASER procedures, our force investigation training, our crisis intervention staffing and usage, discipline reporting application, as well as supervision, so on and so forth. So moving on to the next slide, I don't want to spend too much time on this slide. This slide is more for, just to kind of grasp a more analytical approach when we're looking at the settlement agreement. And if you all can remember on the actual, I think it was the second slide that I talked about the actual sections, this particular slide is designed to show 4 of those sections at the cost of measures. And I want to point everybody's attention to that top left table for use of force. In that table, you'll see that we have a total number of paragraphs that we actually saw an increase in compliance. So we saw 3 paragraphs where we either went from, we came from primary to secondary or from secondary to operational. So we experienced 3. We saw 44 paragraphs that pertain to use of force where there was no change in compliance rates. And then we saw a total number of 29 paragraphs that actually decreased in compliance for use of force. So let's go to our next slide and let's try and get a better understanding of those 29 paragraphs where we saw a decrease in compliance. If you look at those 29 paragraphs, you'll see certain themes that kind of that make themselves prevalent. And these things that we identified as a department are things that are related to requirements, to use of force reporting requirements, to use of force policy, weapons protocols and classifications, training, reporting and investigation when it comes to use of force, as well as things such as crisis intervention staffing, training, and data collection. Okay, so the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about, now that we know some of the themes of what's occurring, what are some of the things that the department has done to increase our efforts towards our compliance? I want to highlight our external force investigative team. So this team was contracted and actually fully operational beginning July 16th of 2021. It's made up of 12 investigators with various diverse backgrounds that come from all areas of the country. These 12 investigators are each assigned to a team for a total of 3 EFIT teams. Their expectations are that they are to mentor and to train our current detectives that do force investigations to conduct timely and thorough use of force investigations. Okay. Our next slide, I want to talk a little bit about some training initiatives that we've been able to hopefully hopefully improve upon. As many of you all know and have experienced yourselves, 2020 proved to be a very difficult year for training. And specifically, it really hampered the department and it caused us an inability to provide the in-person training that was necessary for some of these paragraphs. And actually, it actually resulted in a loss of compliance because of this training in several paragraphs. But again, to combat that, we as a department, we have 4 tiers of use of force training that the officers are going to be have completed. We've completed tiers 1 through 3, obviously. Tier 4 is the one that we are currently undergoing right now. And Tier 4 has phases, two different and distinct phases of Tier 4 training. We have already completed as a department phase 1 of Tier 4. That was completed July 31st of 2021. And we anticipate to be completed with Tier 4 by December 31st of 2021. So that is very good news. I'm also happy to say that we recently hired a new training commander that is currently working at the Albuquerque Police Department Training Academy. This person is highly credentialed. Her name is Renee McDermott. She comes from the FBI and has a background in curriculum development and training. So I think she and the department has the skills and the leadership abilities necessary to really bring forth this modern era of training on the department that we think we need here with APD. Our next slide is going to deal with our crisis intervention team. Again, this is kind of goes hand in hand with what we experienced with our training shortfalls. We are now, we have a 2-hour mandatory response to mental health issues refresher, and that is going to be held, and we expect that every CIT officer to be able to go through that 2-hour mandated training by January 1st of 2022. So again, that's very good news, and hopefully we'll help gain more of a footing towards hitting our compliance measures. Our next slides deal with policies. And I bring this slide up to your attention because if you look at the CASA, if you look at the cornerstone policies, things that are really integral to CASA compliance, I would say that they're related to our personal code of conduct and our discipline system. Now, our personal code of conduct was recently revamped and modernized. So now we see that we have certain levels of sanctions, right? So if an officer commits a personal code of conduct violation, we see that sometimes our sanctions have been not what they should be, not fair or equitable, and not holding sometimes the officer accountable. So we revamped those sanctions to make sure that they are fair and that officers are definitely being held accountable to that sanction level. Also, in line with our personal code of conduct goes our discipline policy, which is 346. That discipline policy has what is called a chart of sanctions, which is supposed to govern what sort of discipline comes when an officer commits some sort of policy infraction. That chart of sanction has been in existence for many, many years and was in dire need of a modern and an update, something in line with best practices throughout the country. So we think as a department that we have improved that discipline system to be equitable and to be fair. We've also been able to kind of parse through and draw out what's a performance related issue that an employee might sustain versus what is misconduct. And we're hoping that that discipline policy, which is probably a few weeks, maybe about a month old, see where that will take us. And we're hoping and we anticipate that will have some positive impact for our community and for our department. Our SOP that's resolving complaints involving department personnel has currently been drafted. It's sitting with Dr. Ginger and his modern team, as well as the DOJ for their comments for their comments. And lastly, but definitely not least, I want to go to our next slide, which talks about our community engagement and some of the initiatives we have made in this area. Now, nowhere are we're not done, obviously. We have a lot to go to move forward with this particular topic, but I want to highlight our efforts towards our community policing councils. I have talked to policy owners that are responsible for this particular paragraph, and they have talked and they are excited about the restructuring when it comes to the recommendations and the referrals that are coming out of the policing councils. So that is currently under construction. We are hoping to get that up very soon. But one thing that did take effect, and I want to say it was August 1st of this year, was the implementation of our outreach tracking app. This will hopefully allow area commanders, the community, to kind of get a better pulse of what's going on during the neighborhood association meetings that occur. What's happening, what sort of solutions are the community and the police department coming with together, and what kind of response the police department is doing. This way, it will hopefully foster more communication between the area commands and those communities that are within each specific area command. So again, that is a quick summation of where we're at. We can go to the next slide. If anybody has any questions or comments, I am all ears.
Thank you. It looks like we have Councilor Gibson, Councilor Bassan, So Counselor Gibson, would you like to go ahead?
Sure, thank you. I just have one question, and this is about the crisis intervention training. So I understand or I should ask this instead of tell you what I think or what I think I heard. How are all officers going to be given a training before the end of the year related to crisis intervention, or is this just an for specific specialized officers who do this type of work?
No, I appreciate the question, Ms. Gibson, Counselor Gibson. And yes, this is going to be for all officers. This is a 2-hour refresher training is what this will serve as.
Great. So is it still true? Sorry, I've got a second question, follow-up question. Is it still a practice of the department to give initial CIT training for officers coming in, new recruits?
Yes, that's correct. Each officer will get CIT trained, but with everything that we look at as a department, is we want to look at best practices. There are obviously, this is a practice when you're talking about crisis intervention, and this is something that is constantly evolving. And these 2-hour refresher trainings, I think, are very valuable because it allows us to be in line with what's going on trends nationwide.
Right, very good. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. Counselor Bassan?
Thank you, Madam President. I am a huge fan of training, as I think everybody's heard here, and I'm just wondering, one is a question, one is a request, I guess. But just can you confirm, are the EFIT investigators, are they all sworn or civilians, or is it a combination?
Okay, so all the EFIT investigators are civilian employees. They are not sworn Albuquerque Police Department officers. However, they all come from a capacity in serving in some sort of law enforcement function in their previous careers. A lot of these EFIT investigators come with very great and vast experience from other internal affairs agencies throughout the country to running complex investigations such what a force would be. So they, I think, will be able to help mentor and mold these young investigators that are currently in the Force Division to help, provide a good quality work product that the community and the department requires of them.
Thank you. And then my request is, did you say Commander McDermott is the new commander for training?
Yes, it's going to be Renee McDermott is the new commander for the academy.
I would love for somebody to have her reach out to me when she gets settled or whatnot, and we can talk about how we can continue to support ongoing training and more for everybody at the department. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm excited that we have a commander for that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. Any other counselors have questions? I had a quick question. Could you give me a little bit of insight if I was an existing police officer and I was going through the academy, I guess, to be trained under the program, I guess, that the council funded, right? For kind of that new training program. Could you just give me a little bit of insight as to what I would expect?
Okay, so I think if I'm understanding your question, are you talking about Tier 4 training?
Yes.
Okay, so the Tier 4 training, like I said, the first phase is going to be dealing with, it's more of a reality-based concept. So the officers are going to be, having to diffuse, de-escalate, and ultimately end up using force against an actor, right? And then that is then evaluated on how they respond to that, for constructive feedback so that we can constantly be improving that process. Now, I have not had the opportunity to go to Tier 2. I am scheduled to go to Tier 2 next week. So I will, I think I'd be in a better position to answer that later on. But again, it's all designed to make these investigations robust, make the officers understand, the complex the complex issue of force and to make sure that they're adhering to policies and procedures that are in place.
And just how does the police department select the officers, and to say, you know, this group of individuals is going to go through the training and then there's another group, and so how does that work exactly?
Okay, so every officer after they get off of every officer is going to be eligible or have to take Tier 4 training. Okay, so the way that works is that is coordinated to one of our software programs that we have to schedule the training for the officers. And each officer will get trained, and again, will be trained with not only the first phase of Tier 4, but the second phase of Tier 4 by the end of the year. So that is a definite step in the right direction.
Okay, thank you so much for indulging with me. I just was curious about how, you know, what an officer should expect as they're moving forward into the training program.
Yeah, and I think that just to expand on my comment a little further, they're going to expect that use of force is going to be a very dynamic and ever-growing field, right, in law enforcement. And what I mean by that is there's always going to be better techniques, much like crisis intervention. There's always going to be better techniques that we can learn from. We're going to look at situations that are definitely that an officer is likely to encounter while they're out in the field, so that they have the tools and that that verbal capability to hopefully de-escalate the situation, and if not, go forth with what we've been trained for with our defensive tactics and how we get somebody into custody with that. So thank you for your question.
Thank you so much. So they're actually looking at, sounds like, real life situations that they might encounter, that based on experience or things that they have actually encountered in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Councilor Harris, thank you for joining us. Looks like you have a question.
Yes, thank you very much. I've heard from a couple different people that the CPCs, the community policing councils, can get way off topic, including my area. They're talking about a community center. They're talking about bus stops, and really that's not their role. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that, and if and I don't know if other counselors are having this issue where they're not just talking about how to work with the police in terms of better community policing. They're talking about all kinds of other city policy. And I was wondering if other counselors had that concern, and if the commander had any thoughts about what to do about it.
Okay, well, Councilor Harris, thank you for your question. I can tell you that Commander Arturo Sanchez is the commander that is overseeing the paragraphs that relate to community policing councils and that community engagement component of the CASA. And I don't want I would refer that question specifically over to him as far as what they're doing. I can tell you that what we've seen here from the compliance division is at least a little bit, there seems to be more communication talking about the referral process. And I think that these CPCs have come a long way, but they still need to go a long way for us to have the intended consequences that we want and expect for them to have. So that's something that I can talk with Commander Arturo Sanchez about, to see what we as a department have done to kind of make those meetings a little bit more fruitful and productive.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. So thank you, Acting Commander. We will ask that you get back with Councilor Harris, or ask Commander Sanchez to get back with Councilor Harris regarding that question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That was a very comprehensive report. We very much appreciate the time you took to put that together. And I don't see any additional questions from our city councilors, so we will move on, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we will move on to our next presentation, which is the soccer stadium. We have Brett Rasmussen, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name properly. Dan Barrett and Joe Corvea.
Madam President, this is Lawrence in the mayor's office. Before they start, I just wanted to give you all a little bit of background here, just to get us all up to speed. Very quickly, in December of last year, we sent a recommendation to the City Council to enlist the services of CAA Icon to do a feasibility study in a multi-purpose soccer stadium for Albuquerque. The individuals you just introduced are principals in that company and have done a lot of work with the city and are prepared to present tonight their findings as it relates to their work. I would say that for all the council's information, the study was funded through the state legislature that appropriated some funds to the city both in 2019 and 2020. And part of the funds that were committed to do this study were paid with state legislative appropriations. So with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it over to Dan Barrett, who will, I think, lead the conversation on behalf of the company.
Thank you, Mr. Rael.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity. Brett will be pulling up the presentation, and I will try to be brief, although it's against my nature and it's difficult with a 400+ page report, but I will do my best.
Can everybody see that okay?
All set. Okay, go ahead, Brett. So just in terms of a quick agenda here, wanted to basically bring you up to speed on the work that we've done over the past several months. We've completed a comprehensive study on the potential opportunity. In terms of agenda for this presentation, I'm going to try to keep it within 10 to 15 minutes and leave as much time for Q&A as possible. I know that the executive summary and the report have been posted, and hopefully you all have had an opportunity to at least go through it. I'll start with a quick overview of our two firms, CAA Icon, as well as Crawford Architects. Joe Corvaya is with us from Crawford Architects. I'll talk briefly about the key tasks that we've completed to date, our market findings and preliminary program recommendations, our site evaluation and assessment findings, as well as identification of preferred sites, the review of the project budgets and cost estimates, and then our estimates of construction period and annual economic and fiscal impact estimates. So CAA Icon is a subsidiary of Creative Artists Agency, which is the largest sports and entertainment agency in the world. We have just under 90 people. We have two primary divisions of our firm, which is project management and owner's rep services, and have completed over 50 stadium and arena projects throughout the world in excess of $20 billion worth of projects. On the strategic advisory side, which is the department that I run as an executive vice president, we handle feasibility and planning, as well as other strategic consulting engagements. We've done over 1,500 of those engagements over my 30+ years in the business. We also have extensive experience with soccer stadiums, including soccer stadiums in MLS, in Europe, as well as in the USL. Crawford Architects is one of the leading architects in the country. You can see some of their experience there. They have a broad range of experience within soccer, professional and amateur sports, as well as collegiate clients as well. So just to quickly go into some of the tasks that we've completed, we started our analysis by interviewing key stakeholders, including representatives of the city, representatives of the team, representatives of the league, as well as potential users of the facility, including potential high school users, concerts, concert promoters, and other promoters that might be users of the facility. We conducted a site visit, completed a comprehensive market analysis, focusing on market demographics, corporate base, competition in the marketplace, and identifying potential opportunities. We developed case studies for recently completed USL Championship stadiums. We prepared a preliminary program recommendation and event calendar for the facility. We identified key considerations for potential sites and developed a comprehensive site evaluation matrix, which included over 40 factors to identify potential sites and the ability of those sites to accommodate a stadium such as you're considering. We test fit the stadium on 4 specific sites and developed a preliminary stadium design and some renderings for that, and then selected 2 preferred sites and completed concept design, site plan, and cost estimates for those. And we also provided economic and fiscal impact estimates for those 2 sites. So for those of you that are not familiar, soccer is one of, if not the most popular sport around the world. In terms of the US, it has started to gain, over the past 2 decades or so, has gained much more support than it has historically. The Division I for soccer in the United States is Major League Soccer. The USL Championship is a 2nd tier or 2nd division of men's professional soccer in the United States. It was founded in 2010 and officially launched in 2011. They started with 12 clubs, and in 2020, there were 35 clubs in operation. New Mexico United is a team playing in the USL Championships Western Conference Mountain Division. The club was originally founded in 2018 and started their first season in 2019. The team has been extremely successful, led the league in announced attendance in the club's inaugural season, and is currently leading the league this season as well. The team currently plays at Rio Grande Credit Union Field at Isotopes Park, that you're all familiar with. The facility was originally designed for baseball to accommodate AAA. It was a public-private partnership, as you know, that included rent and gross receipts tax, among other sources, to help pay for the debt service. The debt service on that facility was retired early. The United are a tenant in that building currently. USL Championship and the USL as a league has certain requirements for their teams to play in soccer-specific stadiums by a certain period after they are originally awarded. For teams that don't control their stadium or aren't under the common ownership of another team, such as a baseball team, the USL requires that those soccer teams play in soccer-specific or multi-purpose facilities that focus on soccer. Here you can see a chart summarizing some of the recent developments in USL soccer in terms of stadium developments. The shaded facilities are the facilities that are considered to be more comparable to how we were looking at the potential opportunity in Albuquerque. You can see of the primary comparables, the average size is just under 10,000 seats with just under 20 luxury suites. And they have a mix of uses and mix of tenants in some of these facilities, including NCAA, women's soccer, FC Barcelona Academy, for example, in Austin, and other facilities or other tenants and users as well. As you can see from this chart, this provides the average announced attendance from 2017 to 2019. The red bar represents the New Mexico United. I mentioned that they had the highest announced attendance in 2019 and currently. The one team to the left of them is FC Cincinnati, which played as a USL team and was recently awarded an expansion franchise to MLS. But they did play 2 years during this period from 2017 to 2019. So they're included in this chart, but you can see that with the exception of that team, the United has had the highest average attendance during that period. We spent quite a bit of time looking at the demographics of Albuquerque. The Albuquerque CBSA is smaller than the CBSAs of other USL markets. The averages for the USL are maybe a little bit misleading because there are teams in the New York and LA CBSA, which pulls those averages up. You can see, interestingly, where Albuquerque ranks in most of these categories, including population growth, households, et cetera. Albuquerque ranks 22nd out of 28 markets. And the corporate base, which is an important element, it ranks 23rd. I think what's interesting about Albuquerque is some might ask the question of, well, how are the United so successful? Why are they leading the league in attendance? And you can see this in many different markets at the MLS level, that it's not necessarily the largest market that's the most, or the team in the largest market that's the most successful. There are unique factors about the markets that contribute to that success. And I think the ones that in particular have contributed in Albuquerque include soccer participation rates, soccer levels of interest, MLS super fan rates, the percentage of people between the ages of 18 and 34, and the significant Hispanic population base in Albuquerque, I think, are some of the key factors which have contributed to the success of the United to date. After we completed our interviews, our assessment of the competition in the marketplace, our review of case studies within USL, and our evaluation of the market demographics, we came up with a preliminary event and attendance estimate. And what I want to emphasize by this chart is you can see that there are 24 events estimated with over 200,000 in attendance. This represents the primary recurring event calendar. So this facility potentially would have significantly more events and activity than what's represented here, but we wanted to show what would be committed or recurring. There would also be meetings and banquets, farmers markets, carnivals, charity events, community events. These are community gathering facilities, as well as potential youth sports. And then there are other opportunities. The USL is starting a women's soccer league. There's also the NWSL, which is a women's soccer league already in existence at the professional level. There's also lacrosse, rugby, football, et cetera, as potential other users. Some additional detail here. You can see on the program itself, we're recommending a facility in the 10 to 12,000 seat range with premium seating elements that represent a little over 5%, depending on the scenario. But the primary fixed seating or general seating would be around 9,500 to 11,000, with premium seating in the 500 to 800 range, similar in size to Isotopes and similar in size to the primary case study, which is the Louisville facility, the most recently constructed facility in USL. So I'm going to shift gears here and steal Joe's thunder here. Normally, I would allow him to present from the architectural standpoint, but I want to try to be as efficient with time as possible. As I mentioned, we started with the market. When we did our site evaluation, we identified a number of potential sites that could accommodate a multi-purpose soccer stadium like this one. We narrowed the list down to approximately 10. And from that list, we identified 4 sites, the rail yard site, the Cole and Broadway, the 2nd and Iron, and the 12th and I-40 were the primary sites that we evaluated. As I mentioned, we developed some key criteria to assess the sites, criteria that focus on physical characteristics of the site, location considerations, economic considerations, financing considerations, as well as other factors. In total, over 40 characteristics or components were evaluated to assess a potential of the site. What I would tell you is there are a number of sites that could accommodate this facility. The 4 that are highlighted are the ones that could accommodate the facility from a physical and an operational standpoint. As we went through our detailed evaluation of criteria, we identified the Cole and Broadway, as well as the 2nd and Iron as the 2 preferred sites. And Crawford Architects completed a concept design just to illustrate what it could look like for both of those preferred sites. So for Cole and Broadway, you can see the outline here. This represents a full enclosed stadium where all four sides of the stadium are enclosed. You can see that there are some potential development opportunities on this site. We tried to be careful and cognizant of private ownership of land, as well as other considerations before going too far with conceptual renderings beyond the stadium itself. But you can see there's an opportunity for a gathering area in terms of the stadium plaza and green, as well as a potential rail runner stop and platform for public transportation to the site. Good, right? And then here you can see what some of the potential renderings look like for this facility. And in this, in this rendering, we actually have the open end, which opens up to the plaza area, which allows for an expansion opportunity. Also allows for pre and post game activities, as well as activity year round, where you could have farmers markets or community activities, just a general gathering space for the community in that plaza area there. The Second and Iron site, we took a little bit more liberties given the ownership, public ownership of the site. So you can see some parking structures here, media compounds, potential redevelopment of the existing rail yard buildings and the opportunities that could come with that. You can see potential for retail as well, and that could be with the other site as well, but we took some liberties with this site given ownership currently, as it's city-owned, good portion of city-owned property. Go to the next site. And here you see the open-ended configuration, kind of a U-shaped configuration for the stadium, where you could leave it for expansion opportunities. And that was one of the key things that we wanted to make sure we took into consideration. If you look at some of the older USL stadiums, they're smaller than what we've programmed here. And the reason that we've programmed a larger facility is twofold. One is the experience of the team to date and the support of the team in the marketplace, and also the trends in USL, which are going to larger facilities as the league is growing and as the league is establishing its credibility within the North American marketplace. And here you see what another rendering of the Second and Iron site potentially looks like. So next in the analysis was trying to estimate what the cost of the facility might be. And so what we evaluated was the hard and soft costs for the two sites. The Cole and Broadway site is a little bit more expensive due to the grade of the site and the additional site costs that would be required. The total project cost for that is estimated at $70 million. And the cost for the Second and Iron is about $65 million. And it's important to understand that a key element to the costing of these facilities is what you assume for the canopy. And the canopy is what covers the stadium and provides shade. So for a market like Albuquerque that gets very hot in the summer, canopy is important. We've assumed in these cost estimates approximately 1/3 coverage of the stadium and the seats there. That could go down if you didn't include any canopy, or it could go up if you include 2/3 or a full canopy over the seating area. Shifting gears to economic and fiscal impacts, we typically will include at the request of clients estimates of construction period impact and estimates of annual impacts. We try to take a conservative approach to our estimates of economic and fiscal impacts. We find that there are a number of consulting firms in this industry that will tend to overstate those economic impacts. What we try to do is estimate new spending in the marketplace, and we eliminate or try to minimize any type of resident spending within the city limits. So you'll see no resident spending or existing spending within these numbers. So the economic output for the construction period would be approximately $78 million. Employ on a full-time equivalent basis approximately 500 during the construction period, and generate labor income just over $25 million during that construction period. In terms of annual operations, you can see that some of these numbers are relatively conservative. Again, that's because we try to eliminate resident or existing spending, which is what's called the substitution effect as well. You can see annual economic output of approximately $17.5 million, which represents spending in the community within the city limits. Employment of approximately 280 full-time equivalent employees, labor income of approximately $6 million per year, and direct fiscal impacts of approximately $1.25 million per year. I think when it comes to a project like this, the bigger story here and how these projects really benefit the communities are in the revitalization and redevelopment opportunities that these projects can generate. Go to the next slide, Brett. There are a number of intangible benefits that come with these types of stadiums and these types of facilities. Some of them are summarized here, whether it's national or regional exposure due to the event mix, the prestige associated with a new state-of-the-art facility. This will be one of the few one of the newer USL championship stadiums. But what we really focus on, and what our company in particular focuses on, are the ancillary development opportunities adjacent to the stadium, and redevelopment and revitalization and the economic development that occurs with the development of these facilities. There are many examples in large communities as well as in small communities of stadiums, arenas, and ballparks that, if properly situated and planned, can have a significant impact. At the major league level, you see, for those of you that are familiar, Petco Park in San Diego and the impact that it had on downtown development there. What's happening in Austin, Texas with Major League Soccer and the area adjacent to the Domain in Austin. In the NBA, Sacramento, Milwaukee had significant redevelopment of their downtown areas. But if you look at some of the smaller markets and some of the smaller communities across the country, Fayetteville, North Carolina, Allentown, Pennsylvania, El Paso, Texas, Colorado Springs, Louisville, all have experienced significant redevelopment and development with the development of downtown facilities that are planned as multi-purpose facilities and generate activity, jobs, and spending within those communities, and have a significant impact on the communities around which they're developed. And I believe that that is the end of our presentation. Again, I tried to be brief. I think my staff will tell you that this is a record for me in terms of being brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have. And again, want to say thank you, and we appreciate the opportunity for you letting us work on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Thank you so much. Counselors, I'm looking for questions from counselors. Counselor Bassan, Counselor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple questions. Why was it decided to only include about 24 events when doing the analysis?
I think what we try to do is show a realistic picture of what the recurring events are likely to be. The events that we know that will occur at the facility. There are, countless numbers of meetings and banquets and community events that could potentially be held at the facility, and that are in many cases in other facilities around the country. A lot of it depends ultimately on how the facility is designed and where it's located. We find that the facilities located in downtown areas typically have higher activity levels than facilities located in suburban areas. And so that has an impact on it. I mentioned the plaza area, for example, that those examples of facilities that have those types of plaza areas or community gathering spaces typically have much higher activity levels than other facilities might. And so, Councilor Bassan, it's difficult at this point to estimate and to reasonably predict what those numbers are until a decision is made on site. But I can tell you that many of the facilities will generate in excess of 100, 125 event days, but they're typically smaller events. You might have a meeting with 50 people or 100 people, in the lounge area of a facility, or you might have plaza areas that have 100 to 500 people, on a regular basis for community events and that type of thing. But we wanted to try to be conservative and give a realistic picture of what the major events might look like.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And one more question too, and I'm glad you brought up plazas because that's part of my next question is on that open-ended side of the design where it's, open to the plaza for some more involvement. Is the entire facility going to be, in theory, are they typically fenced in or are they literally open? I'm assuming they've got to be fenced in, right?
There is control to access, but I would tell you that ownership of the United has indicated that a desire to provide access to the facility on a more of a year-round basis, but typically you're correct. They're typically gated off, in a tasteful way. There aren't just fences, controlling it, but those facilities can be open up for the field, maybe not the seating areas, for the concourse areas, that type of thing. But typically there is some control for security purposes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan. I will move on to Councillor Senna, and then I see Councillor Benton has joined us. So then we will move on to Councillor Benton. Councillor Senna.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a lot of questions, so I'll try to just do one at a time and maybe ask them after you answer them. I made the mistake of asking all my questions at once earlier, and getting lost in the weeds. So my first question is, and maybe this is more for administration, can you explain, and I was debating to do this now or later when the bill comes up, but I know that many people are watching for public comment, and this may answer some of their questions. So my question is, can you explain the bonding capacity or where we're getting that bonding capacity? I think that there was a lot of questions that came up around that, whether this is related to CIP or GRT. So can you explain that, Mr. Sanjay?
Sure. Good evening, councilors. So bonding capacity on the gross receipt tax bond is based on what revenue stream we pledge for this type of bonds. So currently we have pledged the state shared revenue of gross receipt tax, which is 1.225, and that approximately generates about $212 million. This is the fiscal year 2020 audited numbers. Based on that pledge, we calculate the bond capacity. So the bond capacity is calculated in a way that you need to have at least 225% of your debt service amount as the revenue which you are pledging. So based on $212 million revenue that we are pledging, it roughly gives us about $90 million of debt service. So we can issue bonds up to an amount wherein the debt service would be about $90 million. So that gives us a capacity of, and there are some nuances here. What is the rate of interest that you assume and things like that? But roughly speaking, it would give us almost $1 billion capacity as far as the gross receipt tax bonds. Now, as far as what we have issued so far, as of 6/30/20, our outstanding balance was $250 million on the gross receipt tax bonds. Now, within that $250 million, even though it is all pledged by the gross receipt tax, some of the bonds out of $250 million are actually paid from different source of revenues. For example, There are CREB bonds, which are paid from the savings that we achieve with some, environmental things that we have done at the city, utility savings and things like that. And then there are bonds, which are the largest tax bond, which are paid from the largest tax revenue. However, because they are pledged with the gross receipt tax, it is part of that $250 million amount that I just mentioned. So if you remove the bonds which are paid from revenue sources other than gross receipt taxes, then the net balance is just for the general fund is roughly $92 million. So if that $92 million is strictly paid for from the gross receipt tax revenue, and that debt service is about $13 million a year until last year.
Counselor, I'm wondering if we should save this for the actual bill discussion, because I think we're going to have a lot of questions about the bonds at that point in time. Would you be okay if we defer these questions to that bill?
I'm sure, Madam President, I'll stick to some of the
Since this is
questions on
just
this.
a presentation, I think it.
Yeah,
might
sure,
be-
Madam President. I'll defer my questions, and I guess, Mr. Bhakta, you can continue on your explanation. I know that the last part was, I think, a little bit important, but I'll reserve the questions till later.
Thank you.
So
Just hold that thought, I guess.
Sure. So my next question is specific to the study. Was an evaluation for traffic done as part of this study as well for every site that was evaluated, specifically for the two or the top that was presented on?
So individual traffic studies were not completed, but Crawford architects considered traffic implications and opportunities and challenges with each of the sites, and also looked at surrounding parking, public transportation, and other factors. So it was considered, but we did not do individual studies for traffic for each of the sites.
So as part of that was the rail runner, I'm sure, is a big factor in terms of public transportation.
Sure.
So you're shaking your heads. Yes. Okay.
Yes, correct.
So my next question, if you can run through on, and this is my last one, is really for the page on the PowerPoint and in the study, I guess page 57, talking about how we are kind of below average. Can you tell me the rank system out of 26, I guess in the middle column? That's where Albuquerque ranks in terms of out of 26, just so I'm reading that box correctly. Is that right?
Sure. Brad, you want to pull up the presentation real quick and just get to the demographic summary in the deck here?
Yeah, so the page being referenced is from the main report and is the summary of all USL teams with New York and LA excluded. It's a little bit different from the one we presented. We wanted to make sure we had accounted for those outliers, but I can pull it up right now.
Yeah, we showed it both ways because it can be misleading. If you look at the average population for the markets was over 3 million, whereas the population for Albuquerque was just under 1 million, or just over about 940,000. To Brett's point, when you take out New York and LA, that 3.2 million, I think, average declines to 2.1 million. And so you can see, if you eliminate those two markets, you have 26 markets left over, and Albuquerque ranks 20 of 26. Or in the case of the presentation that we showed, it ranked 22 of 28, if you include LA and New York.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank
Sure.
you, Counselor. I will move on to Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton, there you are.
Thank you, Madam President, and I apologize to everyone. Because my internet connectivity and my connection has been so bad, I'm gonna go ahead and just have to be this voice from out in the ether. So I apologize for that. But I do have some questions for the consultant with regard, or for that matter, for the administration or Mr. Trevisani about the anchor retail. I'm looking at that map and looking at some pretty big tracks of big box type stuff on the north end of that First Street location. And it makes me immediately think about downtown. It makes me immediately think about Borellis Main Street and other people who are struggling to survive in a difficult economy. And, you know, I'd like to hear something about that. And I'll put my second question up while I'm speaking. And that is to do with the parking garage and the idea of bringing large numbers of cars to this site. And Mr. Trevisani and I have spoken about this in the past. I think this is the key issue. You know, we spoke about it in relation to the rail yards, but this is just directly north of the rail yards. And what's the implication of building more parking in this area when within a 5-minute walk, we've got multiple city parking garages. We've got all sorts of on-street parking in downtown after 6 p.m. when they are less in demand. And guess what? That's part of what makes Lodo and places like that work in Denver, is that the people who have the nerve to go down and drive down there and park have their car there and they go, what the heck? I'm going to stay here a little bit longer and spend some money. But if there's a very convenient parking garage involved in the project, I question that, and I question the impacts on the neighborhood. So those are my two questions. And I'd like to hear from the consultant and or Mr. Trevisani and or the administration. Thank you.
I'll be happy to start, Councillor. And they're very fair points and very important parts to the planning of these types of facilities. And I'll start with the second one first, which is parking. And parking often is one of the most controversial and debated items when it comes to these types of facilities, particularly for downtown locations. A lot of planning goes around what the parking requirements are going to be, from shared use facilities to on-street to parking structures. And what I can tell you from my many years of experience in this business is that it's an important element, don't get me wrong, but it's one that often gets overemphasized in the planning process. People seem to figure out how to park in these facilities. And particularly when it comes to downtown, where there's such an infrastructure of existing parking and opportunities. You look at communities like Cleveland, where they have a Major League Baseball stadium with over 40,000 seats and an NBA arena right next to it with 20,000 seats, and you have 3,200 total parking spaces on site. They use parking that's in the immediate vicinity. People are typically willing to walk up to 15 minutes, half mile, even up to 3/4 of a mile, sometimes a mile. And in terms of trying to generate activity before an event and after events, to the extent that you have people walking through the community, activating the downtown area, you're able to capture their spending before and after events. And so, you know, we typically will look at a facility. I believe our facility in Austin that has over 20,000 seats, 22,000 seats, has several hundred parking spaces on site. That's it. There's a certain minimal level of parking that you want to have on site for certain users of the facility. Depending on what the development is around the stadium, there may be some need for parking, convenient parking as well. So for example, if you have a hotel on site, you're going to need to have some parking for that hotel, residential, et cetera. So, you what we were trying to show was the opportunity or the ability to accommodate if you needed to and wanted to, not necessarily suggesting that you have to have that parking structure on site. As it relates to retail and surrounding impacts on surrounding uses, it's a trade-off, and it's something that needs to be very carefully planned. I hate making this. I've been making this comment for 20 years, and now it sounds silly given the Field of Dreams game that Major League Baseball had. But I used to make a comment that said, look, if you plan a stadium out in the middle of a cornfield, you're going to have a stadium in a parking lot in a cornfield. They really require significant planning on the front end to make sure that these projects generate the most economic impact and are sensitive to the surrounding uses in the community. We understand that there's residential in the area, residents who have suffered during this period. And so any type of development that would go around the stadium would need to be very carefully planned and take into consideration those types of residents and uses around the facility as well. So we really, we didn't do any market analysis on how much demand there is for retail, how much demand there is for hotel or office. We just wanted to show that if you wanted to go beyond just the stadium, there were opportunities on those sites to do that.
Councilor Benton, you have the floor, but I'm going to start wrapping this up because this was only intended as a presentation. And we're going to come back to this item later on. So specifics will completely be discussed as we move forward, but I'll allow a follow-up, and then I'll go to Councilor Jones, and then we're going to close because these gentlemen are going to hang around, I think, until we get to this item formally on the agenda.
I do understand that, Madam President, and I'll just ask a quick follow-up and hopefully get a quick follow-up response, and then we'll go on to when the agenda item comes up. But just to me, parking and access has been the number one question with regard to the rail yards. We're talking about a site potentially that's directly north of the rail yards, one of two sites, I should say. But it would affect the east side of the tracks just the same, the other top two site, if you will. And that does have to do with major impacts, especially when the beauty of these two sites is that they're immediately adjacent to the rail runner. And they are a 5-minute walk from the Albuquerque, from the Alvarado transportation site. So we have east, west, north, south connections to either of these sites. And I think that's a huge asset. And we need to, when we talk about where we're going and when we talk with the neighborhoods and when we talk with the general public about how they're going to access this. And I agree with you, Dan. I haven't been to a game in Cleveland, but I've been to Fenway Park in Boston quite a few times, more than a few times, I should say. Rode the train from Providence, Rhode Island, where I was going to school, and rode the T over and rode the T many times since then to Fenway Park. And there's very little parking, as you know, in that area. And there's a whole lot of spillover small business all around Fenway Park. So, so let's, wherever we're going with this, I support it in general, but I think we need to protect those small businesses, protect those neighborhood-oriented hangouts, whatever it may be, and be careful about inviting a bunch of cars to the immediate area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. I'll go to Councilor Jones, and then we're going to wrap this presentation up.
Thank you, Madam President. And for that reason, I will defer my question, please, hopefully when we, towards the front of the line, when we get this on our agenda.
We will keep you at the front of the line, Councilor.
Thank you, President.
I would just like to mention something in your study very quickly, and not intended to be rude in any way, but the street name Cole is spelled C-O-A-L. So just FYI. And then I would also like to mention to the City Council, and I'll send that out to you. I I did a little bit of my own regional research on stadiums, and I had my policy analyst do a little bit of an analysis for me of stadiums regionally, Western areas, not Chicago, not New York, more like Salt Lake City, Denver, Phoenix, and so on. So I'm going to ask my policy analyst just to send that to you. And it's really just information about each stadium that I could find in those particular areas. So really, we just copied their website, and it kind of gives you a little bit of summary information. So I'm going to send that to the council while we move on through our other items. And so with that, thank you, gentlemen. Please stay handy, stay around, because we're going to need to ask you lots of questions as we move forward with this item. Thank you,
Madam
so
President.
much. Okay, so we are moving on our agenda. Our next item is economic development discussion, and we have none this evening. We are going to move on to general public comments. And before we allow the individuals who have signed up to speak this evening, we are going to, into the chat room, we are going to read some information for these individuals who have signed up to speak and for the public. I'm going to read this as quickly as possible. For those of you joining us to provide live public comment, we welcome you this evening. We also received written comments that were distributed to all the counselors in advance of today's meeting. And I'm sure that we've all read both pros and cons regarding many of the issues on our agenda, but including the stadium. Members of the public will be able to address the council if they have signed up for live public comment per instructions published on the agenda and on our website on Friday. Speakers will be moved into the meeting room 2 at a time. They will remain muted with their camera off until they are called upon to speak, at which point they can turn on their camera, unmute themselves, and they will have 1.5 minutes to speak to the council. After that, they will again be muted and return to be an attendee of the Zoom webinar. We have one individual this evening who has requested a Spanish interpreter. Mr. Moya, is this individual and the interpreter in the meeting room?
Just the interpreter. The individual has not seen it.
Okay, the individual who has requested the interpreter has not signed in yet. So with that, I guess we will move on. When that individual, or if that individual does join us, we will have information provided to that individual with our interpreter. So each participant has 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to counselors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the Zoom webinar. And Ms. Naomi Todd Reyes is our Spanish interpreter this evening. If needed, she will be in the chat room. Mr. Moya, would you please call the name of our first speakers?
Thank you, Madam President. I did want to check, there is somebody here with the phone number 816-916-0054. Can you just identify yourself, please? You can unmute yourself. Okay, Madam President, I'll probably come back to them. So our first speaker will be either Xavier or Javier Obando. Please feel free to turn your video back on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Madam President, members of the council, on how much days a few kids and parents will get to my house to get a ride to the stadium on the back of my dad's truck? This was Quito, Ecuador, a city up in the Andes 30 years ago. The town will gather in the Estadio Olímpico Atahualpa and transform it into a festivity filled with the places to eat, play games, people chanting and celebrating the city. I felt a sense of belonging and love for my hometown. I understood then that there is a place where 30,000 Quiteños, regardless of age, gender, race, or political views, can congregate and be united behind an idea larger than all of us. 3 decades later, I live here in Albuquerque with my 3 favorite Burqueños, which are my 2 kids and my wife. I have made the Sandias my mountains and the Rio Grande my river. When I take my family to the New Mexico United home matches, I feel the same sensation of unity and belonging I once felt back home. I look around and see happy faces of Burqueños unidos behind their team. Honorable members of the City Council, Madam President, I want to thank you for considering the construction of the Multicultural Center and dedicated soccer stadium. It is an enormous effort, negotiation, and community dialogue. Still, in the end, it will bring us together and continue adding to the fabric of this beautiful city. Thank you very much for your time and for allowing me to be part of this democratic process.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dale Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, please feel free to turn your video back on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Sir, could you unmute yourself? There you go. There you go. I think your volume is off, sir.
Madam President, looks like Mr. Armstrong's having some issues with his audio. Mr. Armstrong, if you can just kind of test your audio, there's a little arrow next to your microphone. We'll come back to you, but we'll move on to the next speaker. And if you can just test your audio there and see if that can come through for you. Thank you. Madam Chair, our next speaker will be Madam President, our next speaker will be Ron Moorhead. Mr. Moorhead, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Mr. Moorhead, are you there?
There he is.
There you are.
Good. Thank you very much. Good evening, honorable city councilors and council president, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the stadium. I'm Ron Moorhead, president and CEO of First Financial Credit Union. Like in Mexico United, First Finance represents and resides in the state of New Mexico. We are a community development financial institution representing 85,000 members statewide. We are committed to supporting the Somos Unidos Foundation with its mission to create positive outcomes for all New Mexicans, and in support of the academy team within New Mexico United. Because New Mexico United has the academy, New Mexico athletes are given access to a professional soccer team within our state, and this then provides hope and opportunities to players that would otherwise leave the state. Also, this is only one of 3 entirely scholarship-driven programs in the country, so no New Mexico soccer player has to raise funds to be part of the program. With no pay to play, this creates diversity and equity in the arena for the state. First Financial supports the academy, the Somos Unidos Foundation, and the building of the stadium, as we believe it will be a big financial gain for the state. And as you know, the stadium will not just be a field used a few times a year on game day, but we think it's going to be used as a gathering place and economic hub, and something all New Mexicans are going to be proud of now and in the future. So I ask you to consider putting this project on the ballot. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Moorhead. Mr. Moya?
Our next speaker is Marion Goodluck. Ms. Goodluck, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, And your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
There you go. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to speak. What I will speak about tonight is the American Indian Domestic Violence Shelter for Albuquerque. We've been working on this project for 7 years, and it has become crucial at this time due to the pandemic. Domestic violence has increased, and this has cost the government dollars in terms of health care, missing and murdered women, foster children, adopted children, and a lot of incarceration of the perpetrators. I want to let you know that this is our hope and dream, and we hope that you can join us. We were going to take it to vote in November, but thanks to Diane Gibson, we have gone along with her suggestion to take it to the next bond election. We have studies upon studies which show the dramatic impact of domestic violence, and we want to stop this. We had 2 shelters in Albuquerque when we started this project, and now we only have 1. This is going backwards, and we don't want to do this. We hope and pray that violence can stop. We've all experienced it, and now is the time for us to act on it. So I will be coming back off and on to give you updates. Councillor Gibson is our champion in this cause, and I hope that all of you can join us. When I did call your offices, you said you would. Thank you.
Ms. Goodluck. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodluck, for joining us.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Robert Chenard. Excuse me if I mispronounced your name. Please feel free to turn your video back on and unmute yourself.
What do I do
and your
now?
time will begin when you start speaking.
Hello. And you got that pretty close. I'm used to it. I'm here to speak about the stadium and supporting it and give a couple experiences I had at the stadium. Pre-pandemic, before the team ever set on the field that first year, my father passed away, and shortly thereafter, the team came to town. And I found a community and a family that has really helped me through that part of my life. And I have in turn been able to share that with other friends and family by taking them to games and seeing their children and everything light up when the team comes around at the end of the game and signs their jerseys or their flags or their balls. And it's just a community, and it's a community we didn't know we had until this team came around. Since then, it's been one big family, and like every family, we have disagreements. But at the end of the day, we're all one family. We're one state. We're one city, and this is about helping everyone up to a level where they can be successful. I heard someone speaking about the Somos Unidos Foundation and how they have scholarships put together for the academy kids. And that is something no one else is doing. He said, one of 3 teams doing, or 3 teams out of hundreds. It's the fastest growing sport in America right now. And if we don't become part of it, we're going to get left behind. And I don't want to see Albuquerque left behind one more time. We don't deserve that anymore.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Armstrong, are you still there? There you are. Can you try your audio again for us and see if you're able to come through?
How do you hear me now?
Great. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam President.
Time will begin when you start speaking.
Okay. Madam President, councilors, I really appreciate you guys bringing this forward. And for me, it's really more about my coworkers. United has been amazing at giving people things super positive. And the prior speaker, I don't remember his name, mentioned how it was a community. And I've seen that within my company, the impacts that United has done. And there's a lot of opportunities for people to do things here, but but United has taken it to a level that has been truly a bright spot in not just in Albuquerque, but for the entire state. I go all over the state and I see United stickers everywhere. So I believe that any thriving or vibrant city has a vibrant downtown. And I think this gives us an opportunity to do this. So I stand in favor of getting this on the ballot. United has proven during times of a lot of confusion and everything that they can pull a community together. And I think it would be an awesome opportunity to put it in front of the voters. Ms. Bedford said people love a home. I think United needs a home. So I stand in strong support and I appreciate your time here on the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Del Esparza. Mr. Esparza, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Great. Well, good evening. I'm Del Esparza. I'm the CEO of Esparza Advertising. I'm speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce. Our community has a fantastic professional soccer team. Over the last 3 years, New Mexico United has captured the heart of the Albuquerque community. But right now they play in an overhauled baseball field in a baseball stadium. We should want them to play in a soccer field in a soccer stadium, and one that can accommodate 10,000 plus fans that flock to each match. This could be the launch of a tremendous soccer legacy in Albuquerque. This arena is also a redevelopment opportunity for our city. Let's seize this moment. Great cities tend to have arenas like this that bring people together for all sorts of purposes, whether they're shows, concerts, markets, professional sports. And just imagine how this might re-engage youth sports or sports tourism efforts. We urge the City Council to support new construction of this arena, and we will urge our community to do the same if it goes on the ballot in November. On a separate question of where the stadium should be located, it is our position that it should be downtown and ideally near the historic rail yards. We feel this would be a missed opportunity to locate it anywhere else. This stadium, along with a new game-changing rail trail, could be a catalyst for downtown growth, bring more people to the area, and make our downtown the vibrant heart of our city that it needs to be. I want to thank you guys, all of you, for your time and your consideration. And I urge the council to please place this very important question on the ballot in November.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Peter Travisani. Travisani, please go ahead and unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple comments. One, I get asked a lot, how come we just can't keep playing at UNM? And the answer to that is that there just isn't enough room, not room in terms of structures, but in terms of programming. After the Isotopes and all the UNM games, it's very difficult to schedule games. And the idea right now, we're in negotiations to bring a professional women's team here, and that just can't happen without a field. So we've outgrown that area, and our city has outgrown that facility. And I think, if you think about a professional women's team, think about the pride that's going to bring, think about the leadership that's going to bring to all of our youth, girls and boys alike. And I'll take a little bit, without any disrespect to CAA Icon, I don't think that we're outperforming all the other markets that are much bigger than us because of our youth soccer or MLS rates. I think it's because New Mexico United isn't about soccer at all. Somos Unidos is about putting our differences aside and focusing on the things that bind us together and our commonalities. And when you come to a New Mexico United game for 90 minutes, it doesn't matter what God you pray to, what language you speak, what your sexuality is. All that really matters is that you want to will New Mexico on to victory with your fellow people. And you agree that ref made a horrible call. And that's how we build community pride, when we all come together. And that has made a real change in Albuquerque, a real change in New Mexico over the last 3 years. And so I believe that tonight's vote is simply about putting this to the voters. Let the people who have said yes to inclusivity, has said no to siloing themselves. Let's give our voters the ability to vote on this in 3 months. And I would just ask you to put any differences aside tonight and say yes to positivity. Please vote yes, and let's bring the stadium to New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Travestein.
Our next speaker is Cole Cottrell. Cottrell, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Mr. Cottrell, are you there?
Yeah, he's there.
Go ahead, Mr. Cottrell.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Mr. Cottrell. Why don't we go ahead and move on to the next speaker? And if you don't mind, just kind of working on your audio issues there.
Mr.
You may
Moya,
need to.
I think you can hear him. Sorry.
Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, there we go.
Yes,
Yes,
we
please proceed.
can. Thank you, Counselor.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, my comment's pretty much the same as last time. Pretty similar, scratchy voice. It was a game this weekend. So my name is Cole Cottrell. I was born in Albuquerque. I went to UNM for architecture, and I just recently bought my house downtown, pretty much in hopes that this stadium would be built down here. And I want to thank Dan and Joe from Crawford Architects and Icon, for that presentation. And I kind of thought it was really interesting that you guys brought up Petco Park, because that's actually something that was, designed by a local architect here in Albuquerque, Antoine Predock, who also designed the School of Architecture at UNM, the Hispano-Cultural Center, which is actually right next to the site. And, a few other landmarks, as well as a lot of just amazing iconic buildings across the world. And I'd be kind of remiss if I didn't just give a shout out to Antoine Predock and say that I really think that's an opportunity to partner with a local firm and to really reconcile a lot of the design concerns by using a local firm or by using someone like those guys. I think, we could really create something for the city that does what those sites have already done in the city, like the Rio Grande Cultural Center is another one of his projects. But again, I just think the common theme to answers like the question of why build the stadium in downtown or why not just use the UNM football field is the desire that the club has to benefit our city. And I think a common thing that this team has talked about since day one is its goal to elevate our city and state to new levels. And a lot of that hinges on the trust or understanding that people have for this club and their intentions. And the focus.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daylin Johnson. Johnson, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, I really hope you vote for a new stadium. New Mexico United has become a huge, important part of so many people's lives, like mine. It means the world to me because it brings so many people together. The team cares about me and other people a lot, and it makes me feel special. But we need our own place to play and have concert and arts. Thank you.
Before you move on, I just want to thank you, Daylin, for coming on. It's always great to see our young people being involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corey Ewing. Ms. Ewing, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
That was fun. President Branco. Corey Ewing, I live north of the tree farm, and this is for the Candelaria Nature Preserve. I just really want you to ask, to please involve the adjacent neighbors that live directly around the tree farm. They will be impacted by the potential parking and the potential the proposed changes to it. And I like my neighbors. I don't normally get involved in things like this, but I do like my neighbors. Some have lived, the neighbors to the east, their land has been in their family since the 1940s. One man's lived there since 1960, another couple since 1976, way before Zoom. So I urge you to support making sure that the adjacent neighbors are directly involved in the site plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Ewing. Mr. Ewing, your time will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Ewing. I'm Corey's husband. I would request that the council consider forbidding trash, waste, construction materials, and landscape. The city has indicated that the site's cleaned up now, and it's truly not. You can see from these 4 photos that it's still being used as a dump. The city says they're still not dumping trash there. You can see that they're still dumping wooden crates there. And from this photo, you can see that they're still dumping plastic bottles and cans there. These photos were taken today. I would urge you to adopt the EPC findings 16E and 16H, forbidding trash and waste, etc. And I would respectfully request that the city council do the right thing and clean this mess up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Benton, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, just quickly in response to Mr. and Mrs. Ewing, absolutely, we need to maintain a discussion with, ongoing discussion with the Parks Department and the Open Space Division about the operation and maintenance of that site. And as I think I emailed Corey today, I stand ready to do that. That may be separate from the actual adoption of the RMP itself, because that has to do with the current operations as opposed to long-term. But I do recognize their concerns, and I can explain that to councilors if we want to later on. Thank you.
Councilor Benton, would that be Mr. Simon that we would need to discuss with? Is he online tonight?
I would suggest that we discuss that specific issue, or you know, for that matter, we could take care of it now if Mr. Simon's available. But again, I think these are not to belittle the concerns of neighbors directly adjacent to the tree nursery, but that's effectively under the adoption of the plan that we hope to do tonight would be an interim condition.
I see that Mr. Simon is a participant, so I think he heard those comments. And if you could get back to the counselors regarding that issue. Mr. Simon.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. I just want to reassure you that no trash is being dumped at the tree nursery site. It hasn't been for over a year. Occasionally, a little bit of flying litter will find its way into the site, unfortunately. And we routinely clean that up as quickly as possible. So I'm not exactly sure what photos to pick today, but it's quite clear and unequivocal that we're not dumping trash at the site. And we look forward to completely removing the large pile of green material that we've been working in a very dedicated way to reduce. So that would be my response at this time. And if the counselor wants to revisit his issues when his item's up, I will be available to you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. As long as it's on your radar, we appreciate that. We will move on, Mr. Moya.
Our next speaker is Tina McNeely. Ms. McNeely, please feel free to turn your video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, my name is Tina McNeely. Thank you for having me here to speak in support of a stadium for New Mexico United. I am actually a resident of Las Cruces, but I'm a lifelong New Mexican and a lifelong soccer fan. Prior to 2019, I would maybe make a trip to Albuquerque once a year to play in a local soccer tournament or attend a concert. Since the inception of New Mexico United and the very first home game in 2019, which my daughter and I attended, we have not missed a single home game. We are also known to make a trip up north on other occasions, sometimes to just spend time with our new friends, or as we like to call them, family, and sometimes to take part in team-related and supporter group-related community activities. I've been bringing other friends with me from Las Cruces who are also immediately hooked. all spending money at your restaurants, your establishments, your hotels. Because of New Mexico United, I have a bond with my child like no other that has been formed during the countless hours in the car, prepping for matches, and of course, cheering on the team. Also, because of New Mexico United, I have become more driven than ever to not only help my own community here become a better place, but also to help the community of Albuquerque. If it were just about the game of soccer, there is another team that plays only 45 minutes from my house. But my heart is with New Mexico United because this organization has earned my devotion due to everything that it stands for. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carlos Bazo. Mr. Bazo, please feel free to turn your video back on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Mr. Suazo, thank you. Oh, Bazo? Sorry.
Yeah. Hola, thank you for having me. I'm the owner of Doral Motors here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, on Lomas, between Louisiana and San Pedro. I'm also a leader in the Hispanic community here in Albuquerque. I've sold thousands of cars to Hispanics. I helped them build their credit, and they have built the trust in me, and I own a Facebook group with 120,000 Hispanics here locally. I've been sponsoring soccer events for many, many years, from little kids, little girls, competitive teams. And once this team came into town, I was the first one in the first day to be there and support my New Mexico United. I've seen the community grow. I've seen friends, people that didn't know each other become family. But more than anything, in my Hispanic community, I've seen kids that maybe were in the wrong ways of life, turning the life around and actually giving soccer a chance as a future for them. And I've seen the competitive, the youth academies, a lot of Hispanic players that I've seen them play before, actually growing with the team, growing with the future. And that's something I'm really proud of as being a New Mexican. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the work you're doing to help our youth. Go ahead, Mr. Moya.
Madam President, we have Ms. Nettie Gomez has joined the meeting, and our interpreter, Naomi, has joined the meeting back with us. Can you go back and read the public comment and instructions on page 3?
Yes.
Starting at welcome. And if you could just pause every couple sentences for Naomi to interpret.
Yes. So I am going to read, and then the interpreter will interpret what I said. So welcome and thank you for being here. We will now go over the public comment ground rules, and I will pause every few sentences to allow for interpretation.
Muy bien, quisiera darles la bienvenida y agradecer su presencia esta noche. Ahora vamos a revisar las reglas generales para prestar comentarios públicos y yo voy a dar una pausa cada cuantas oraciones para permitir la interpretación.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Each participant has 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the counselors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the Zoom webinar.
Cada participante va a tener 1 minuto y medio para presentar su comentario. Los comentarios deben de ser dirigidos hacia los concejales solamente y siempre a través de la presidenta del ayuntamiento. Cualquier conducta disruptiva o que irrumpe en el proceso resultará en la removación de esta persona del webinar de Zoom.
Ms. Naomi Todd Reyes is our Spanish interpreter this evening. Please pause every few sentences to allow her to interpret as you speak.
I apologize, Madam President. La señora Naomi Todd Reyes es la intérprete del español esta tarde. Por favor de darle una pausa cada cuantas oraciones para permitir la interpretación.
Bueno, vamos a dar a Mr. Moya a llamar el speaker. No, that's bilingual, by the way.
Señor Moya, si quiere quitar su silencio para prestar su comentario, dándome pausa cada cuantas oraciones para poder interpretar.
Neri Gomez, please go and leave video on, unmute yourself.
Neri,
your
favor de quitar su silencio. Estás con
time will
silencio.
begin when you start speaking.
¿Ya me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Neri Gómez. Como aficionado, soy Mexican sombrero. Se podría decir, estoy hablando por todos los latinos, hispanos y por el deporte en general, para que se realice el estadio, porque así podremos que venga más gente, más oportunidades para la economía, para la gente que realmente, bueno, como residente y todo, queremos un cambio aquí en Albuquerque, y yo creo que eso sería un impacto para la ciudad.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. My name is Neri Gomez, and I'm just a huge fan. As you can see, I have Mexican sombreros in the background, and I think that I'm just speaking for the Latino population, for the Hispanic population, and for the love of sport in general. I really would like this stadium to be built. I think it would be good for the people of Albuquerque. I think it would give us opportunities. I think it would give us economic opportunities. And as a resident of Albuquerque, I want to see this change, and I think it would be a good impact. ¿Quieres seguir?
No, es todo. Muchas gracias y somos unidos.
No, that's all. Thank you very much, and somos unidos.
Bienvenidos, Mr. Gómez y señor Gómez, y que tienen buena noche y mucho gusto a verte.
Gracias, igualmente.
Thank you. The same to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Todd Reyes, for that. Our next speaker is Carlos Tenorio. Mr. Tenorio, please feel free to turn the video on, unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you start speaking.
Madam President, I must condemn you on your bilingual congratulations. That's far better than I could ever do. Distinguished members of the Albuquerque City Council, my name is Carlos Joseph Tenorio II. Today is a big day for the City Council as well as all the citizens of beautiful Albuquerque. Today I push you to please put the stadium bond on the ballot in November. There's been some mixed emotions on the stadium topic, but in my opinion, that's just what we need. If we want to know the full scope of what New Mexicans and Burqueños think, let's put it on a ballot for them to vote for. This stadium will bring upside to the city with revitalization of downtown, helping the Wills Museum downtown get foot traffic, as well as bringing more people and more money downtown. The communities it will surround will also benefit from the foot traffic, the small businesses being able to operate more and make more money, as well as a community growth. In the words of John Adams in the play 1776, I say vote yes. And thank you so much for your time. Somos unidos. And I will work on my bilingual like Madam President.
Thank you, sir. We love your spunk. Mr. Moya.
Our next speaker is Lisa Padilla. Ms. Padilla, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video back on. If you can, I may need to do that for you. I can find you.
Ms. Padilla, are you there?
I'm here, but I can't turn my camera on.
Oh, there you go. I see you now.
We
Okay,
see-
there you go. Now
we
you can.
see your, I guess, there you are.
Here, yeah. Good evening, and thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak. I come here, my name is Lisa Padilla. I'm the president of the Barelas Neighborhood Association, and I come here to represent the stakeholders in my barrio. People in my community have a history of disenfranchisement, trauma, and marginalization, but we weren't always subject to those kinds of effects. We come from a rich agricultural center to an economic transportation corridor. And what we seek out of this arrangement is not a handout, but rather an investment in community. We seek a regenerative economic solution for ourselves. We'd like to avoid displacement if possible, if we do end up with a stadium in our community. And so we're looking for tools, resources, and time, as we recognize that we have the smarts and the hearts to make those things happen. And this is why we're asking for a community benefits agreement to be part of this package. We think that it's incredibly important that we be given the resources to help ourselves. Top-down solutions haven't worked. Urban renewal has not helped our community. So we need a strong community benefits agreement to help us with the revitalization and redevelopment that was spoken of so eloquently. Ancillary development opportunities and contributions to a revitalization of downtown is something that
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam President, oh, looks like Councilor Benton has a question or comment.
Madam President,
Councilor Benton,
if I
go
may,
ahead.
if I just want to give a you know, we'll hear more about this, but a quick background on this neighborhood. When I came in to represent this neighborhood 15 years ago, they already had a really robust neighborhood plan, which included the purchase of the rail yards and the city's protecting of that historic asset, the revitalization of 4th Street, which, by the way, was cut in half by Civic Plaza many years ago, and really to the detriment of the south side of Albuquerque and 4th Street and the historic connection that used to be there, and the issue of housing. So these are all issues that neighborhood has been fighting for 15 years, and they're one of the better organized neighborhoods in the city, and I commend them. And no matter what happens, and no matter what site is chosen, I'm proud to represent them and to continue to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Mr. Moy, how many more speakers do we have?
Madam President, that concluded public comments.
That is the end of public comment. Okay, so councilors, we're going to go ahead and move on with a few more items on our agenda. I think that we will try to get through, it's 7:22. So let's try to get through as quickly as possible through our at least to our deferrals and withdrawals, and then we will decide if we want to take a short break and then come back, because we typically adjourn at 10:30, and I'm thinking that this meeting might go beyond that, and I hope not. So I'm going to try to move this agenda along a little bit faster than normal. So we are going to move on to administration questions and answers, and Councilor Sena, and then Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I will reserve my questions for maybe offline, just in terms of time, just to be respectful of our time. So I will just follow up in terms of my questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sena, for that. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to skip most of my questions so that we can move along, but real quick, Councilor Sena, I'm totally interested in hearing the answers to your questions when you receive them, if you don't mind sharing. So some of my questions are regarding, and I will try to make them brief, but I do think that some of it is time sensitive, so I would like to continue asking tonight. But in regards to the overtime violations and the audit that was done with APD, I do want to know a little bit more about some information. And, you know, we're hearing a lot about how there's so many more violations that have been found in regards to overtime. I guess I'm going to use the word abuse, even though I'm sure that's not the right term. But what considerations and flexibility have been offered in regards to some of the overtime provisions, given that we just had COVID last year? And so you had so many officers that couldn't work because of COVID and they got ill, or they were asked to do extra because we needed more staffing elsewhere. So where does that fall on the permissions that were given.
And we'll go to the chief's office.
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, it's Commander Barker. I'm going to give Chief Medina the opportunity to speak if he's available, and if not, I will answer this question for you.
Thank you, Commander.
Okay, I will take this question, Madam President. I apologize. Chief Medina is traveling back from a very urgent matter in which he needed to make a notification. So he is on his cell phone and he will answer questions as he is available. Councilor Bassan, in respect to overtime and COVID, we did have officers who were sick and officers who had to fill in for that time. We do have a 25-hour overtime cap that sometimes has to be lifted. And that was often done during COVID. It has been done when we don't have officers available to work that overtime. So we did see an increase in overtime during that time.
Thank you. And do we know if because of that there was some leeway given, or is this just I mean, I'm concerned because I'm hearing from certain people that there's a potential for officers to be relieved of duty for having excessive overtime. And I'm wondering where the boundary is for understanding that. I mean, COVID is an excuse and a reason for so many things that we have encountered in the last year. So I don't want to see more good officers falling under some kind of, potential reaction to an overtime problem when they may not have been at fault when we have these other parameters that we need to contend with. So I guess I'm asking, are we expecting to be relieving officers because of these overtime problems or the overtime abuse?
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, no, we are not expecting to be relieving officers for the issues that we have with overtime, but it is important to note that we do have a policy specific to overtime that officers are required to follow. Now, if that policy is deficient, that is something that we have to address. There are cases when we complete our audits that will go to internal affairs and a full investigation will be completed. And if there is intention there, discipline will follow. But officers do have to adhere to the policy that we have in place, and we will be addressing any deficiencies in that policy.
Commander, that's very
Madam
good
President, Madam President, Councilor Bazan, this is Chief Medina. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, Chief.
If I could just add to that, I'm sorry that I'm not on screen. We just we in the middle of making some notifications. But one of the things to remember is that on the months where we are short, we do have the ability to lift our overtime cap, and that was done many times during the height of COVID. We have not begun any investigations into individuals that I'm aware of because they purposely went over our cap. Our investigations have been more focused on individuals who potentially criminally did action with overtime by claiming overtime they didn't work, or those that had the leeway and potentially could have abused overtime by scheduling things at a time that was convenient for them to get overtime. So it's not a case where we're just going out and looking for individuals to find them to put individuals, relieve them of duty. I think that's the far extreme, and I think there's been extremely rare cases where that occurred. And on the top of my mind, that's probably only occurred 1 or 2 times within the past year.
Thank you, Chief. And this is really good to hear. I do, with people's jobs on the line and with the problems we're having with staffing APD, I think that it's important to know the boundaries. So if a DC approves any of the overtime, how do you decipher if a DC is approving the overtime, and then where do we go from there with if somebody is found to be abusing it? I just don't know the policy on that. Who gets the blame, I guess?
Madam President, Councilor Bazan, this is getting really close in facts patterns to a case that we actively have right now. And we need to let the case take its course. there are several factors that would be looked into, but it's kind of like we have to remember, and I reflect this back to our pursuit policy. It's an officer's job not to start a pursuit, not for a supervisor to call off a pursuit that doesn't meet departmental guidelines. And the same way with overtime, it is incumbent that an officer claim or put in for overtime properly, and they not be told to stop overtime when it's being abused, necessarily being the deciding factor whether the officer did right or wrong.
Chief, again, that's really good to hear. So thank you. I mean, not that I'm getting close to all the other stuff, but your response is really good to hear. One more question, Madam President, and then I will be done. Does
Bassan, go ahead.
Thank you. Does APD conduct exit interviews when officers leave the department?
Madam President, Councilor Bazan, yes, we do. We can't force officers to take that interview. We have several interviews, and it ranges everywhere from it's time to retire on the positive end, in the middle ground of, they don't understand or like the DOJ reform process, all the way through they don't feel supported by the department. So it's very individual. There's a variety of different reasons, but it is something that we take account and look for. And I think that's why it's imperative that we continue to make changes. One of the biggest complaints we've heard from officers currently is our discipline process that we had prior. As you know, as everybody may be aware, that process was in place since 2016. We recently got that updated, and it did assist us in what we call progressive discipline, and it did make it a little more in line with what other agencies do, and it does help the officers to ensure that they're not being over-disciplined in certain circumstances.
And Chief, one follow-up to that, is there a, and I know I'm not asking people names, like I don't want to know people names, I'm clear on that, but is there a specific position? Who does these exit interviews?
Usually they're conducted through the HR process, and we'd have to get our HR director, Carmelo Ortiz, here to explain the exact process, but they're generally done through the exit process from APD through HR.
Okay, so maybe I'll follow up and see if we can get that explained to us someday, because I'm just wondering what we do with that information so that we can improve morale and see where our internal flaws are to help the department out as well. So thank you all for indulging me on that, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. So just under administration questions and answers, Councilor Sena submitted questions to animal welfare and HR. Councilor Bassan has a number of questions for APD, and we would appreciate if each of those departments would look at those questions, and we are happy to send them to you if you haven't already received them. And I think you've already received them. So if you would provide written responses regarding those questions, and if you would send that to all of the counselors, we would certainly appreciate that. Councilor Benton, do you have your hand up for a reason, or am I?
Yes, I do, Madam President. Just quickly, very quickly, follow up with Chief Medina and Councilor Bassan's question. I hope I misunderstood, but did I hear you say that it's the officer's responsibility not to start a pursuit? And if so, could you explain that? Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Madam President.
Councilor, that is a question for Chief Medina.
Madam President, Councilor Benton, can you hear us?
I'm sorry, my connectivity is bad too, but the question was, did I hear you say that it's the officer's responsibility to not start a pursuit?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, that's correct. In our pursuit policy, the first step in protecting the community and ensuring that unauthorized pursuit doesn't endanger the public and meets our expectations of what constitutes an lawful pursuit is the officer making the decision whether he should initiate the pursuit or not.
Understood, but we're not discouraging officers, I hope, from initiating a pursuit when it's warranted.
Oh no, we have clear guidelines of when they should, when they shouldn't, and then above that, as a safety check, a supervisor must then approve the continuation of the pursuit.
Wow, that really sounds to me like a very difficult chain of command when an officer who's driving a unit is going to decide, and there's going to be some third party who's going to authorize that. I can't understand that. We've got a lot of very, as you know, Chief, and I appreciate your attention to this. We've got a lot of very aggressive people out on the roadway today. And I'm not talking about, you know, the good old days of James Dean and some guys drag racing out on a country road. I'm talking about some very aggressive urban activity, including firearms and all sorts of things. So I'd really like to have a discussion about what you're talking about with regard to some supervisor telling an officer whether or not that they're going to initiate a pursuit, and whether that's, you know, I'm sure that we'll hear something about the DOJ settlement and so forth, but I really need to understand that. So thank you, Chief, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Bassan, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam President. Counselor, I would love to be a part of that if you would have me.
Love to have you, Counselor Bassan.
I would
Madam
also love to
President,
hear the result of that discussion.
Madam President, members of council, yeah, if we'd like to, we could discuss that offline at a later time. Our policy has actually been in existence for the entire 26 years of my career. It's in line with best practices across the nation. And I think above all, we need to remember public safety. We've had numerous pursuits during my 26 years here in which we've had, you know, members of the public killed. And our policy weighs the danger to the community and killing the innocent family, which would take the department years to recover from, and the necessity to immediately take somebody into custody. So we could discuss that offline later about how it's a process in which we take a lot of factors into account before a pursuit is initiated. And we look forward to having this conversation when council is ready.
Chief Medina, may I suggest that you contact Counselor Sena, and that this may be an item on the agenda for Public Safety Committee? And all counselors are free to join that committee and join in on that discussion at that committee level. Okay, thank you. So we will move on then. And so we're going to move on to item number 6, which is our journal. Counselor Gibson.
I will move approval of the August 2nd journal.
And you have a second from Counselor Benton. Any questions, counselors? If not, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on a 9-0 vote. We will move on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter introduction? Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, I do not, I'm not able to.
Would you like me to move that for you, Counselor Benton?
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing 074 on tonight's agenda for action. 074 is amending ordinance number FS 02165 relating to the authorization, issuance, and sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico Industrial Revenue Bond for El Encanto Incorporated, tax exempt status, Series 2021 and providing for the issuance of the bond as a taxable bond. And we do need 2/3 of counselors present required. Counselor Benton, are you with us now?
I am, Madam President, and
Would you like
thank
to
you for
second that?
reading that. I'll second that, and thanks for moving it.
Thank you. Counselor Davis, did you have a question or was that a second?
Just a second.
Thank you, counselors. Any questions from council? I don't see any questions, so we will move on to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on a 9-0 vote. We will move on to our next order of business, which is Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended, excuse me, for the purpose of placing R-189 on tonight's agenda for action. R-189 is accepting and appropriating FAA grant funding from the ARA for the City of Albuquerque Aviation Department.
Thank you, Counselor Davis. You have a second from Counselor Jones. Are there any questions regarding this? And I will just also note that we need 2/3 of counselors present regarding this issue in order for it to pass. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. That item passes on a 9-0 vote. We will move on to our next item, which is Counselor Pena, Sena, and Borrego. Counselor Pena?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R-193 on tonight's agenda for action. R-193 is directing that the city expand the site selection evaluation for a purposed multi-use soccer stadium to include evaluation of one or more options west of the river and appropriating funds for the same. I move a do pass.
Thank you, Counselor Pena. We have a second from Counselor Sena. We need 2/3 of counselors present required to vote in order for it to pass. Are there any questions from any counselors? I do, Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure that we're clarifying, we're not moving a do pass, we're just moving that the rules be suspended, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
That was my error, sorry.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan. Thank you, Counselor Pena. Any other questions? I do not see any other questions. Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0 on that motion.
Thank you, counselors. That concludes that order of business. Counselor Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. I'll second that. Counselor Sena also provided a second. Any questions? If not, we will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Hey, there should be a little power button. Hang on, I got to vote here.
Counselor Bassan,
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
I think you're unmuted.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, counselors. The letter of introduction passes on a 9-0 vote. We are going to move on to reports of committee, and we will take a 20-minute recess. Does that sound reasonable, counselors? After that, 20 minutes, is that enough time for you? Or we could take a half hour. It's up to you.
Madam President, you talking after this item?
Yes. Okay, so it looks like 20 minutes is what I'm seeing. So reports of committees, Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, August 9th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 396, 398, 400, 401, 404, 407, and OC 39, that they be approved. In the matter of O68, R 183, 184, 185, and 186, that they do pass. In the matter of EC 402 and 405, that receipt be noted. In the matter of EC 375, that it be without recommendation. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan. You have a second from Councillor Benton. So we need a vote on this, Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yeah.
Councillor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan. That passes on a 9-0 vote. Councillor Sena.
Thank you, Madam President. The Public Safety Committee met on Tuesday, August 10th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 397, that it be approved. In the matter of OC 36, that receipt be noted. In the matter of R 188, that it do pass as amended and acted on at the meeting at which it is reported. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
Thank you, Councillor Sena. You have a second from Councillor Benton and Councillor Bassan. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yeah.
Councillor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, councillors. I make a motion to accept the committee report. Oh, it was already done. Keep going. Okay, so I have a request, councillors. I know I said we were going to take a 20-minute break, but there was a request from the administration that we do the consent agenda before we take that break in order for our department directors that don't need to be with us till 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So I'm going to move the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? And I'm just going to read this into the record. For the individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on boards or commissions, we thank you. And we thank you for your willingness to serve. And so, Councillor Gibson.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. You have a second from Councillor Benton.
Madam President, I'll go ahead and second that, but well, I guess I'm not seconding it because I would like to pull, but now I can't find it. The vacation of right-of-way, one of the two vacation of right-of-ways. I'm sorry because I can't.
Let me see if I can find it for you, Councillor. I saw that on the agenda.
It was Mr. Knisely's request for a vacation of right-of-way. I'd like to pull that and defer it until I can find
It's
out more.
item number H.
Thank you.
So
I'll move pull that we pull that from the, well, there's no vote on that, but I will pull that from the consent agenda and then would like to have a
okay, do we need a motion for that? No. Okay, so Councillor Gibson, you made a motion to approve the consent agenda. Can you amend it with that exception, please?
Yes, I'm glad to make that motion with the exception.
And that was item H. Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Benton, you had seconded this consent agenda, so you second that? Okay, thank you. We will need a vote. Are there any questions before we go to that vote? I don't see any questions, so Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0 on approval of the consent agenda with EC 399 removed.
Thank you, counselors.
And Madam Chair, I'll move deferral until our next meeting on that item that we pulled.
Okay, Counselor Benton, that's EC 399. So you're moving a deferral. I have a second from Counselor Harris, Counselor Davis. Any questions? If not, Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0 on the
And-
deferral to September 8th.
Counselor Benton, that was deferred to September the 8th. Thank you for that. So counselors, with that, we will take a 20-minute break. It is 10 minutes till 8 o'clock, so we will be back at 10 after 8 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening, councilors, ladies and gentlemen. This is a continuation of our 39th meeting of the 24th Council. We're reconvening, and councilors, we left
Recording
off
in progress.
with deferrals and withdrawals. So we will start with deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, are there any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? I'm going to make a motion that we defer 049 to the November 15th meeting. And I have a second from Councilor Sena. Are there any comments? If not, Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris. Councilor Harris. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, councilors. That passes on an 8-0 vote. So we will move on to item B. Councilor Davis and Councilor Benton, 050.
Thank you, Madam President. I move deferral on 050, which amends this Chapter 2, Article 11 of the ordinances of the City Council, the City Budget Ordinance. I move a deferral until September 8th.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. We have a second from Councilor Bassan. So with that, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris. Councilor Harris. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. 8-0 on the deferral.
Okay, councilors, and I'm going to add one more item to our deferrals. I will move that we defer item M10 to the September 8th hearing. And I have a second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you, Councilor Bassan, for the second. Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris. Councilor Harris. Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, councilors. If you will, okay, so we will move on to our announcements. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, August 23rd at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference. And there will be an Albuquerque Bernalillo County Government Commission meeting on Thursday, August 26th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, August 25th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. And councilors, if you'll just bear with me, we are going to move item number 12 to the end of our agenda. So our public hearing will be at the end of our agenda. And we are going to move on to approvals, which there are none. And we will move on to final actions. And I would like to change our agenda somewhat. I would like to move item K, R187, and item, what was the other number? Item P to the beginning of our agenda. So we will hear these items simultaneously. And unless there's any objection, councilors. Thank you. With that, we will move on to item K. Councilor Benton and Councilor Bassan. Councilor Benton, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to move the item R187, This is concerning a bond election to be held in the city, the next regular local election on November 2nd, submitting to a vote of the qualified registered electors at such regular local election, a question relating to the issuance of gross receipts tax revenue bonds in the principal amount of up to $50 million to acquire property for and to design, develop, erect, construct, and otherwise improve a public stadium for multiple uses, including but not limited to professional soccer events, providing the form of the bond question and the designation clause for such question on the ballot. I move a do pass.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. It looks like you have a second from Councillor Harris. Thank you, Councillor Harris, for that second. So with that, this was part of our earlier discussion under public comments, but I think that we could probably just continue the question and answer period. I think we still have our consultants online as well. I didn't know if there was any comment from the consultants or the administration. Mr. Barrett.
Yes, we are here for questions. If you have any additional questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you.
And I do apologize. This is Joe with Crawford Architects. I do apologize. My video stopped working, so I'm via phone.
We can hear you, sir. Thank you for being on. And we have a question from Councillor Jones. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. You've caught me rather by surprise. So this will be our only discussion as a council regarding the $50 million to acquire, to build a stadium?
This is the order of the agenda. Yes, Councillor. We are going to hear this item right now.
So we would hear this before we had any discussion at all about the stadium?
This particular item, hold on a minute, Councillor. That discussion would be appropriate right now.
All right. Thank you. Would anyone like to give a presentation about the stadium, or shall we just start asking questions?
Well, I had asked the consultants if they wanted to give any presentation, or they did earlier, but I mean, if we want.
This has nothing to do with the consultants. This has to do with the city of Albuquerque and the long-term commitment that we're making. And I would like to ask some questions about the plan with the user of the stadium, on what kind of contract we would have with them, how long it's going to be. I would like to have some information about that before we ever.
We will go.
Finance it.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. And I did ask the administration if they wanted to make a presentation. So I'm looking for the administration. There they are.
Madam President and members of the council, first and foremost, we wanted to make sure to honor your all's request to have the consultants stay on the line so that you all might have some questions related to the study. If you'd like for us to move on to the next level of conversation, I'd be happy to do that.
Madam President, if I may.
Go ahead, Councillor, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it would be rather inappropriate for us to vote supporting a bond issue if we don't know exactly what it's going to go for, the cost and the long-term commitment the city will be making in order to do this. I might be the only one who feels that way, but it seems to me that this is a big question for our city.
Mr. Royale, I think it would be highly appropriate for the administration to make a presentation regarding this entire issue.
Madam President and members of the council, I'd be happy to make a presentation. Before you is a resolution that authorizes the placement of a bond question on the November election, in which we would be asking the voters if they want to commit to spending $50 million for the purposes of building a multi-purpose soccer facility in the city of Albuquerque. The question in itself is would be part of all the other bond questions that are on the ballot. Should the council approve that tonight, then the voters would weigh in on simply the, if you will, giving the city the approval, yes or no, on whether to make that commitment. As you all know, we engaged the consultants several months ago to give us a professional review of the team, the city, et cetera, and they have presented that to you tonight. The next order of business is really a question of whether or not the citizens with that information want to make the decision to support the bond question. To Councillor Jones's, I believe, questions, let me just say a few things about the project itself and then attempt to answer some of the questions that she may have and others. First and foremost, as it relates to the site and the site that has been, or the sites that have been presented by the consultant, those sites are their recommendations to the city. The sites themselves are based on their professional, if you will, experience in siting stadiums across the country where they make the most economic and redevelopment benefit to a community. And the sites themselves are just simply there for our consideration and review. If the voters approve the bond question, the administration is prepared to have a thorough conversation with the community to include potentially other sites that may be up for consideration as necessary after the November election, should that bond issue be voted for successfully or if we should be successful in the vote. I would say to the councilors that the perspective of how this facility will be managed and operated, it will be a publicly owned facility. It will be owned by the citizens of the city of Albuquerque, in which a lot like the Isotopes Park today. That facility is a city-owned facility. The team will be, we will work with the team in putting together a contract, a rental agreement, if you will, for the use of the facility, a lot like we do today with Isotopes Park. That rental agreement will be negotiated, again, should the voters approve the agreement. One of the concerns that we have here as it relates to this project is how much do we do up front before the voters get the perspective that we've already made the decision either on the site or either on the program itself, as we don't know whether or not they would approve the bond question. More importantly, if we look at the model that we have with Isotopes Park, the model that we have there is fairly straightforward. The team rents the facility from the city. The city also benefits from additional revenues from the goods and services sold at the facility to help defray the costs associated with, number one, with the bonds that were issued with using those revenues from those concessions. And secondly, the funds that are generated from the Isotopes Park, for example, pay for a good portion of the maintenance and operational costs of maintaining the field. The field in these kinds of facilities need to be maintained professionally at a high level, high quality. And that would be the burden basically on the tenant that uses the field. In this case, if United becomes the primary tenant for use of the field. Additionally, the city, like at Isotopes, it is my perspective, would reserve the right to use the facility for other uses, to include using uses for high school soccer and maybe other, if you will, other opportunities as cited by the consultants, whether they're concerts, whether it's using it for an open air market or the like. That would be part of the negotiations with the team. And the revenues that are generated from the use of the facility and the rental of the facility would either go back to pay for the operations of the facility or could be used to defray some bonds or additional, if you will, items that we might want to have in this facility. As noted in the conversation with the consultants, for example, if we opt to put additional covering, if you will, on the actual seats of the stadium, we may use the revenues from the consultant, from the tenant to pay for those kinds of amenities, or perhaps a scoreboard or other amenities that we might find useful in having a Class A facility that, or what maybe the team might be interested in paying for. So all of those negotiations with the team are still to be had, but it's premature to have much of those conversations, given the fact that if the voters do not support the bond question, then we really don't have if you will, a negotiation to be had. So all of that is being worked on, if you will, in terms of getting all that information lined up. But the idea here is to go straight, is to ask the voters, first of all, to give us a nod if this is the right thing to do for the city. And once that's done, we will go through a conversation about the siting of the facility, and at the same time, go through a process of engaging an architect to determine the real costs of the facility. As you know, these costs that are now in this study are just estimates. They're estimates based on today's dollars, estimates on their best perspective of the actual sites. We would need to do all of that in conjunction with the conversation with the primary tenant, in this case, United, to negotiate a lease and outline the details of who will pay for the operations, what the revenue is to the city, what that revenue is dedicated towards, et cetera.
If I may, Madam President, thank you, Mr. Royale. I think I still have the floor on this, Madam President. Thank you. So, Mr. Royale, so you're telling me that we have estimated that a facility that the city would like to have would cost $50 million, or will it cost more than $50 million?
Madam President and Councillor Jones, the consultants have given us a range of what this cost would be. It would be between $65 and $75 million, depending on the site and depending on the actual, if you will, construction once we go through the whole design and bidding it out. What we've proposed is $50 million, which is basically a payment of $50 million to get a basic bare bones facility, if you will, a facility that would be functional. Any additional revenues or additional needs in the facility would either be a cost to the ownership group or potentially going to the legislature for additional funding. But we wanted to make sure that we were able to get at least a basic facility in place.
And if I may, Madam President, I'm going to have a lot of questions here. So this is a really important issue, and thank you for moving this further up on the agenda. I think this is something that most people are extremely interested in. So Mr. Royale, you're telling me that we are committing to bond for $50 million, get the approval for $50 million, when we don't have a really close estimate of how much this might be, nor where we would get the additional money were we to say the stadium were $65, $75, $80 million. That is a possibility. Is that not correct?
Madam President and Councillor Jones, let me be really clear. The city is not committing to $50 million today. The city is simply asking the voters to give us a approval of whether or not we should bond up to $50 million after the vote in November. If in fact they say yes, then we will have a budget of $50 million. If we get additional revenues from the state or others to build a facility, we will build the facility to the revenues that we have. So I want to be really clear. This is just simply asking the voters to give us the authority to move in that direction if they approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Royale. And Mr. Royale, how did we come up with $50 million when it sounds like we're pretty confident it's going to be quite a bit more than that, and we're not sure who's going to pay for it?
Madam President and Councillor Jones, the $50 million that we are asking in this bond election is simply, as I said before, to build a basic stadium that would basically operate a lot like Ice Oaks Park. Again, if we do have additional revenues, as you all know, the legislature appropriated additional funding in the last two sessions. So we would have more than 50 million, but certainly we could meet a project that would be budgeted at 50 million, or if we get additional revenues we would budget to that number.
Thank you, Mr. Rael. And Mr. Rael, since we certainly can't beat that horse much longer, because the answer is always going to be the same, so I will stop asking the question differently. So is this the kind of contract that we would sign with the user that would allow them, they would basically control the stadium and they pay us X dollars?
Madam President and Councilor Jones, we in fact have a contract with the big user in Isotopes today. They manage and operate the facility. We do have the authority and the opportunity to use the facility for city events like the sunrise service during Easter or other events, including, had we not had a city-owned facility, United would not be playing in that facility, because as a result of the city's efforts and the fact that we own the building, we are able to have United play there right now. So we do have a record of doing this kind of work.
Thank you, Mr. Rael, and I wasn't questioning that at all. I was just curious whether you're going the same way with it. And Mr. Rael, if how long a contract is normally signed on this type of thing when the city is looking at committing obviously far more than $50 million to build a stadium?
Madam President and members of the council and Councilor Jones, I was around when we negotiated. I actually negotiated the contract with Isotopes when I was with the city years ago. It is my intent, or our intent of the city would be that we would negotiate a contract with the primary tenant for the life of the bonds, simply because we want to make sure that that we are working in collaboration together to ensure that the stadium is financed and that it is used for the purposes that we've asked the citizens, just to weigh in on.
And if I may, Mr. Rael, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask this. Does that tenant have the financial wherewithal that they are willing to pledge, as in guarantee a long-term lease, so that if, say, this happens occasionally, the team isn't successful or they get a better offer from another city who gives them more? What is the security for the city of Albuquerque now that they have this beautiful stadium and perhaps they would no longer have a tenant for it? What kind of agreement are we anticipating? Not asking you if you've done it or if it's done, although you do say you have an agreement with them. What kind of an agreement do we have? Will they be paying all the utilities and the maintenance and the capital improvements on it? Will the city be paying some? What's the deal here?
Madam President and Councilor Jones, let me make sure I'm clear. We do not have an agreement at this point. We have not negotiated agreement. What we are simply saying is that we will use the same model that we use at Isotopes Park, in which the primary tenant pays for all the O&M, if you will, operation and maintenance of the facility. We will get an agreement that will be for the life of the bonds. And if they choose to leave or something happens with the team, which you know, being a former real estate professional, that sometimes these things happen. That's why it's in the best interest for the city to own the facility. So then the city can use the facility much like we did years ago when the Dukes left Albuquerque, when the city had an old facility and we were able to renovate that to bring a new team. This is obviously a circumstance we don't want to see, but we would certainly try and put whatever we could possibly in the agreement to ensure that there is, if you will, some structure in place so that if the team leaves or decides to fold, that we have some cover for the city as it relates to our financial issues associated with the building. But by and large, this is a city-owned facility.
I'm pleased to hear that, Mr. Rael. So therefore, we will not be receiving any real estate taxes off of this facility?
Madam President and Councilor Jones, no, we won't. This will be a city-owned facility.
So we've lost a little income off of that one theoretically. So I have many, many more questions. I am very reluctant still to sign this 50 million or to agree to this $50 million bond when I don't believe, listen, you have some great answers, Mr. Rael, and you gave the right answers, but quite obviously we do not have an agreement. We don't have anything signed. We don't know what we're going to build. We don't know how big it's going to be. We don't know where we're going to build it. We don't know what it's going to cost. But other than that, I'm assuming the citizens will vote for it. So thank you, Mr. Royale, for your help.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. We will move on to our next counselor, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try to be brief, but I want to follow a couple of Councilor Jones' points, and I appreciate that Councilor Jones and I had a chance to talk about this earlier today and over the weekend a little. Mr. Real, I wanted to follow what you mentioned. We do have a model for this. We're not testing this out totally de novo in the city of Albuquerque, and as you mentioned, you have lots of expertise with our experience with the isotopes. Can you remind me, it's been a few years since our budget discussions, under the model we use at the isotopes, do I recall that we collect somewhere around $700,000 or so a year in guaranteed payments or a lease from the team? Can you remind me a little bit about how that works?
Madam President and Councilor Davis, yes, we do have a model, and you're right, we have used that very successfully. And actually, we're now coming on here very shortly on 20 years of a great facility in Isotopes Park. Our baseline agreement with the Isotopes ownership group was a base rent of $700,000 a year, plus a additional proceeds that we would share in the goods and services sold at the park that would come to the city. And it's been my understanding that for several years, if not for almost every year, we have received a payment of close to $1 million, if not more, with the exception of last year, which was a COVID year. And so when we were able to pay those bonds off early, now I will say those bonds were for a smaller amount, but nonetheless, we do have a model that we've used before, and it's a great public-private partnership.
And Madam President, to follow, Mr. Real, thank you for reminding me of that. I think that's an easy round number to remember, that right now the isotopes are generating about $1 million in return for the city. There's also a ticket tax, if I recall. There's an extra GRT on tickets at the isotopes games or large professional events that I understand would apply to the potential United and any other major events that might happen at a new stadium. Is that right?
Madam President and Councilor Davis, that's correct. We were authorized by the legislature to impose a surcharge on tickets so that we can use, again, the additional revenue to pay for the costs associated with the facility and its maintenance and upkeep.
And Madam President, Mr. Real, you mentioned a minute ago that the strategy that you helped put together years ago around this enabled us to pay those bonds off early. And I think the bonding proposal is a little similar to what we're thinking about here. So is it safe to say that our city has been supportive of a sports team in sufficient capacity to pay off those obligations? And even while we were paying those bonds, we still were able to do other projects, right? What I'm getting at is this is bonding future GRT. It's money we don't have in the bank, and that we're asking voters to essentially decide and help us decide how to use future revenue. Is that right? And we've got a good history of paying that off with sports teams. Is that correct?
Madam President and Councilor Davis, that is correct. In fact, thanks to the good work of Mr. Bakta and his financial folks at the city, we have a great rating. And the rating is a result of the evaluation of all our debt service across the board, which includes Isotopes Park debt service. And we have always made our obligations and have done really well. As such, we have a great rating. So that is correct.
Madam President, I'll finish by just saying, I can't believe I'll say this, but I think I'm going to agree with the administration on this one. I think this is a good deal for our city and that we ought to let voters participate. Our city is growing. We have other needs and other uses and other challenges. But while we address those things that we know are longstanding, we also have to build a stronger future, something for our families to be excited about, not just focus on all the things that we need to do better on, like crime and homelessness, both of which we fully funded in the budget in the last 2 budget cycles, and have been able to meet the request of those departments. But I think we ought to do something that unites us, that gives us something positive and helps to build a more positive future. And so, Madam President, my question is going to be, Mr. Bakta earlier was going to give us a presentation on our capacity. I know we have that in our email. We could talk about it if we need to. But Mr. Bakta, I think we cut you off. can you just remind me, this obligation or this request to voters would ask voters if they're okay with us spending, bonding about $50 million of our capacity in the future. But we have a significantly larger amount of GRT revenue available to the city that we're going to spend anyway. I have zero doubt that politicians on this call will spend all the money at some point over the next few years. But how much do we have in our capacity available for us, do we anticipate?
Madam President and Councillor Davis, so just purely from capacity perspective, we have capacity of almost $1 billion, and that is based on the revenue pledge that we have, which is the state shared portion of the gross receipts tax. So that brings in about $212 million, and the capacity is calculated kind of reverse, that we should have at least 225% of the debt service amount to calculate the capacity. So based on 212 million, that amount comes to about $90 million. And right now, the gross receipt tax bond, which are pledged, have the debt service of about $23 million. So in other words, we can issue bonds worth almost $750 million if we want to. However, that's not practical because we are already using that revenue for our operating cost. What we are proposing here is a little different. It is the amount we have come up with is based on the sharp decline we will have beginning now, which is going to be reduced to about $8 million from about $13 million that we had until last year. So that delta creates this capacity within the capacity without increasing our commitment to the debt service.
Thank you, Mr. Bhakta. So if I'm going to boil that down to my my college math class, high school math class capability, what I heard was at some point in the next few years, we're expecting about 90-something million in new capacity or excess capacity as we pay those old bonds off. And this would commit about 50 million of that to one project and leave us with a significant amount of revenue to use for other needs in the future. Is that right?
Madam President.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, Madam President, Councillor Davis, your college math is still very sharp, and I agree with you.
Well, then I'm going to end on that note, Madam President. I'll take a compliment from Mr. Bhakta any day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. So we will move on to Councillor Sena and then Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. And, you know, I think we were just getting to when Mr. Bhakta was talking about.
And Councillor Sena, I apologize to you and for having cut you off, but I knew this discussion would come up again. So I'm glad you're continuing with that discussion.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So, Mr. Bhakta, you were just stating that we had $13 million in debt services. We were going to retire approximately 8.5-ish, if I have that right. So if you want to continue, because I don't think we actually kind of heard some of those details as we were talking with Councillor Davis, just talking about that debt service that we're retiring.
Madam President and Councillor Sena, the debt service amount until July 1st, 2021 was $13 million a year. And beginning July 1st, 2022, it will decline to $8 million. And that is based on some bonds which we have paid off on July 1st of 2021. And also how the previous bonds, which are still outstanding, had been structured. Our debt service amount is going to decline, and that delta is what will give us up to $90+ million, and the proposal is for $50 million. So I think I have explained this in several ways, but if there is anything specific about this, please elaborate, and I can kind of dive into the details.
No, I just, for me, I know we've talked about this privately, and we've had staff run it through as well. I just want to make sure that in layman terms, I guess, that general public understands where we're getting the funds from. The genuine concern is, this is different from our CIP bond, which I want to make that clear. It's separate. As I think we were getting questions on that in terms of, we were told we had a tapped out capacity when we were at our CIP, and now we're in a, suddenly have, because I think bonds are being used. I don't know how many times we've said that word in this meeting. So, I think that general understanding of bonds is important for community to understand. So my next question, this has been talked about as a multicultural center. And I haven't quite gotten that even from the study. And so I'm curious as to how that's continuing as a conversation, how it will be used as a multicultural center. I have not been convinced. I see this more as a stadium and event center, or possibly even event center if we're only having maybe projected in the study 24 events, and then maybe possibly your events here and there. So how is it a multicultural? What makes it multicultural center?
Madam President and Councilor Sena, let me take that question. First and foremost, our proposal to the voters will be a multi-purpose facility. Multi-purpose meaning in this case, not just a soccer, if you will, venue, but a venue for other uses that may be soccer related, or maybe community oriented, or maybe even outdoor concerts. The ownership group of United have talked about a cultural center. They have been talking about potentially investors coming in to build something within the facility or around the facility, if you will, as an idea that they've been promoting. Those ideas are just simply that. They're ideas. I think that there is some opportunities, as the consultants mentioned, for some redevelopment. If some of those ideas are come together, once the voters make a decision on this, we could certainly see facilities that look like if you will, a stadium inside and around the outside of the building, perhaps some public amenities, perhaps a meow whoop kind of type of facility, if you will, or potentially other facilities that we could build or connect to the rail yards, if you will, because the rail yards, if that site is selected, if you will. So I think that there's been some conversations about that from the ownership group. All of that, in my opinion, Councilor Sena and members of the council, is a private sector initiative driven initiative. That's not necessarily a public driven initiative that's part of this conversation. It goes back to the question that Councilor Councilor Jones was asking. We're putting in $50 million if the voters approve it. That $50 million is to build a basic stadium. If the ownership group, i.e. United, wants to add additional amenities around this facility, we will certainly engage in leases, land leases, and or condominium leases that they would pay and that they would bear the risk and debt service for constructing those facilities.
Okay, so that's somewhat helpful. I think, I actually share some reservations that Councilor Jones stated as to, what exactly are we, in terms of a lease agreement, if there is no lease agreement, or at least grounds to stand on in terms of leverage or holding the ownership group, as you stated, accountable to some of this. It's not uncommon to have certain parameters like clawbacks. Are there clawbacks in this if, they don't stay for the lifetime of the bond?
Madam President and Councilor Sena, we could certainly put those clawbacks in the lease agreement as we negotiate. Let me just say this as a matter of, if you will, historical perspective. We had the same very discussions when we built Isotopes Park and remodeled the facility, right? We had a public vote that went to the voters. The city erred and continues to err on the side of we can't get too ahead of ourselves in negotiating a lease or getting all the particulars of a lease if we don't know if the voters are going to support, and we don't know at what level they'll support, given the conversations we're having tonight. So we have, if the voters approve this in November, we will have ample time to put in these required, if you will, clawbacks and potential guarantees for the city. Those contracts all go to the council for approval because it'll be a long-term lease. So there will inevitably be a lot of public oversight and public discussion about the nature of the lease and the associated revenues from that lease and how the city will protect its investment. But again, we could be doing a lot of work and a lot of conversations and even complicate the discussion more without having to, if we started too early. So the idea here is, do the citizens want this to be done? If they do, then we'll have a public process. And again, the council will weigh in on approval of all those documents before we start construction.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Real. So it was mentioned, of surcharges on tickets, and with even the study releasing that our average median incomes below average compared to other USL city groups. The high income households well below average. GDP is also well below average. I fear that if a surcharge on tickets is something relied upon, basic grass, I think, is below $20, supporter section's 20, and it goes up in tiers, that I fear that if there's a reliance of surcharges in tickets, that a lot of families would be priced out to even attend these games. And is there an evaluation of, as we talk about just having isotopes as an example that we should look to, whether it's, revenue that's gained from concessions or naming rights or suite rooms or what have you, I would prefer to see that whatever is made from there prevents surcharging on tickets that would price out more families out from attending these games.
Madam President and Councilor Sena, let me assure you that the surcharge is an option that we have. Additionally, just to give you a bit of perspective, with isotopes, what we negotiated with them is a certain number of tickets that would be available at either reduced or free for those folks in our community that want to attend some of these games. The revenues primarily come from the suites, the leases of the suites, where we have companies and businesses that can afford, if you will, to lease those suites. So we would put in to the agreement opportunities like that, where we would have maybe X percentage of the tickets must be sold at certain price point and/or giveaways to the community, so that we can make sure that those that are less fortunate can get an opportunity to enjoy a facility and be part of the experience. So we have those provisions and those structures in the lease with isotopes, and we would certainly include those as part of our negotiations moving forward.
Okay, well, I think I still have a few questions, but I'm going to defer to other counselors to allow for their questions. And maybe my questions will get answered then too. But I think I still have a few reservations on this, and haven't quite felt comfortable to say, that we're like refinancing our house to invest in something is how I see it. I know that we're going to state that this is simply to put to our voters, which I know is important as well. But I think as of this point, I'll yield to other counselors.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. I'm going to move on to Counselor Gibson. Counselor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess the question I really want to ask is, the administration seems quite confident in putting this question, and I'm not trying to be snarky, I'm just trying to state a fact here, we seem to be pretty confident in putting this question on the ballot. And I'm pretty confident for a good, meaning acceptance by voters by a margin. So can you tell me, I know you've done polling or someone's done polling. I don't know if it was United or the city, but I can, definitely see how the administration really would like to go in this with their eyes wide open. So Mr. Rael, could you tell me if you've done polling and if not, who did, and tell me what the results were?
Madam President and Councilor Gibson. First, let me just to your first point. Look, the mayor and the administration's perspective is pretty straightforward. We think that this is an expenditure that's worth that is important to take to the voters and to let the citizens weigh in on a decision of this magnitude, simply because it's a lot of money. And so I just want to let you know that that's our motivation. We will say to you that we believe that United has done a great job in their marketing and what they've created, and they deserve an opportunity to go out and carry on a campaign, if you will, and to educate the community, and then let the community make a decision. I just want you to know that's the reason why this is before you, is because we believe the citizens have a right to make that decision. But to your other question, we do the citizen satisfaction surveys every 2 years, excuse me, to get a gauge of what's happening in the community, how they feel about different issues. On both occasions, we have asked the citizens whether or not they would support a facility like this, and on both occasions, the responses were well over 60%. In favor of a stadium facility, if you will, for United. That's the extent of the polling that we've done. We don't believe that that's part of what we need to be doing going forward. If there is a campaign that's launched by the proponents of this, they may do their own polling, etc. But that's the extent of information that we have as it relates to the project.
Okay, so when was the last time that question went out to the public?
Madam President and Councilor Jones, and Councilor Gibson, when was the last time we did that? Was that about a year ago?
I can look it up, but I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to look that up for you because it was done within the last year. I'll get you a date before it's all said and done, but it was very recently.
Okay. So then if the administration hasn't paid to get a poll done, likely that the United Club has, and I don't really feel like we can ask. I don't know, I suppose we could ask. We're not dealing with a priest, right? But it's information that's been paid for by private funds. And all of a sudden, I don't see Mr. Travani on this meeting.
I believe that he is there, Counselor.
Okay. So, Mr. Travasani, would you be, I'm sorry if this is a rude question. I really am. I mean, you can answer it or not. So what were the results that in the polling that you did, sir, or that your club did? How strong is the sentiment for the voters to accept this question in November?
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair, Councilor Gibson. It's not rude at all. We're happy to share whatever we found. So the city conducted the most recent polling, which is what Mr. Rael mentioned. And the year before, we went out and conducted polling that we paid for privately, which also showed very strong support across numerous types of demographics between 80 to 65 to 80%, depending on which subgroup you were looking at.
Okay. All right. So was this something the club did, or did you go ahead and hire one of the professionals who know how to create samples, and, random samples?
Yes, Madam Chair, Councilor Gibson. Yes, we did hire someone. I hope I can't recall their name off the top of my head, but they were well accomplished and gave us a big bill. So I hope they're well renowned.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Counselor Jones, I'm sorry, Counselor Gibson, are you done with your questions? Counselor Jones, and then Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. And just a few more questions, if I may. Probably Mr. Royale is going to come on again. Just so many things here that I'm not sure about. Here's one of the big ones, of course, and that is, first of all, we don't have any idea where we would put it if we were to get approval for this and all the money. But no matter where we put it, from the areas that the administration has been discussing, there'll be a question of the capacity of the streets, if they'll be able to, what it's going to do if some of them are in a neighborhood. You know, I think about a few of the areas in town that could be going through neighborhoods. What is the capacity of the streets? Have we factored that in? What the city will have to do for streets, for parking? I think there's some infrastructure that we would be looking at. That is that a part of the stadium itself? Is that a part of something that the user would help pay for? Is that the city's obligation as you see it? Because we're going into some areas of town that aren't necessarily set up for large crowds of people to come in. And then of course the question is, what are we doing for parking? Are we looking at, I know it's premature, but it's not premature to ask because you have to be thinking about it. Are we looking at surface parking? Are we looking at perhaps parking structure, maybe in the future or now? And if in the future, where are they going to park until that's done? And then another one that keeps popping into my mind, the employees. Who are the people who take care of the field, the people who watch the parking, who take care of the cars, and you know, all the myriad employees? Will they be employees of the tenant or employees of the city, mixture thereof? Many questions have popped into my head when we start talking about these things, Mr. Royale.
Madam President and Councilor Jones, I can appreciate that. This is a big endeavor, and I welcome your questions. Let me just say that first and foremost, that the sites are recommendations from the consultants. As I said before, we will have a robust conversation if the voters approve the bonds as to locations when that happens, which means that if we're looking and having a conversation about the sites that are proposed in the study, we know that in an urban area, I think as Councilor Benton pointed out, we have many parking lots in the downtown area that are vacant at night, and many ways for folks to walk over to a stadium. It's not that long of a walk from the downtown core. We all have been to facilities in other urban areas where you walk 2 or 3 blocks to get to a major facility like this. We also feel pretty confident that with the use of the rail runner in the corridor and using all the parking lots that the rail runner has along the spine of this region, that those become great parking areas for folks to use public transportation to get to the facility as well. But as it relates to the actual infrastructure, the public right-of-way is our responsibility, as it is with any facility we build, whether it's a community center or it's a stadium, ensuring that the streets are well lit, that they're ample, if you will, in terms of the ability for folks to get to and out of the stadium safely. And again, I go back to my point earlier, it is a publicly owned facility. Now, if we are able to get the private sector to help defray some of those costs, we certainly will make that effort as well, because there is potentially additional impacts. For example, as the question was asked earlier, if we do private development around the stadium that requires additional infrastructure, then that becomes a private, if you will, obligation. And that the private sector will, again, whether it's the ownership of the team or whether it's a third party, we will work through those as required once we move forward with the project.
Counselor Jones?
I guess it's the same answer, isn't it, Mr. Rayo? We just don't know. We want $50 million, but we just don't know. But thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Jones, Counselor Bassan, and then Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few questions that haven't been asked yet, and then I have some comments that I want to share. One, I know, Mr. Rayo, I had spoken to you earlier. This one, you know, people keep asking about land acquisition. And I know we talked about it. I know the answer. I'm pretty sure most of the counselors do, but for the sake of the public commentary that we've been receiving, people say, you know, $50 million, that's not even including the surrounding land acquisitions that we would need. So if you can please explain that a little bit, that would be wonderful.
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, as we talked earlier, we believe the cost, and again, this is really goes back to the conversation of the location. However, with the locations that have been proposed, we have looked at the market value of some of that land around these areas. We were fortunate to get almost $7 million from the state legislature for this effort over the last 2 sessions. We believe that the cost would be somewhere in between the $5 to $7 million range, if you will, for land acquisition, and those funds are available for our use. So that is why they were not included as part of the $50 million price tag, because the funds are available today as we move forward with this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Rael. And then, so how long, so we've talked about how it's, you know, anywhere from 65 to 75 million probably total, to depending on how the design goes and whatnot. But let's say that this passes council tonight, and then let's say that the voters approve the $50 million for the building of a stadium. How long would we potentially sit on the $50 million if we were still awaiting any further funding before actually building the stadium? Like, let's say it takes however years or several more years to get the last 20 or so million dollars to do so. What then?
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, in the best of all worlds, if the citizens give us the nod in November, it is our intent to put together the RFPs quickly to get the consultants on board for the architectural design. And at the same time, we would be having the robust community input as it relates to a site. And I believe that we could be under construction within 7 to 9 months, if you will, after the passage of the bonds. And that is a very aggressive timeline, but it all depends really on the citizens making the decision and then moving forward with the selection of a site.
Thank you. And so I guess to me, what happens if we get the $50 million and then we don't have the last 20 or so million dollars left needed to build the property? How long do we wait if we don't have the amount to fully fund it?
Madam President and Councilor Bassan, I mean, this is one of those chicken and egg deals, right? But let me just say this. We know, all of you know, as elected officials, because we build projects all the time in the city, we never have enough money for all of the bells and whistles that we want on every single project that we have. And you and I have talked about our favorite project in your district. We don't have enough money to build a pool, but we certainly have money to begin to do some work. However, in this particular case, we'll build a facility to the amount of money that we have in our budget. We're asking for 50 million. We believe we can build a basic facility for 50 million. Obviously, we would ask the legislature for help and you know, and look at potentially bonding maybe the revenues, some revenues from the stadium. So our goal is to build it to the budget, whatever that budget is, and we think we can build something for 50.
Okay, so I'm not real excited to hear on one hand, we want to build a Class A stadium, and on the other hand, we're going to build it to the budget. But there's your chicken and egg. On a little bit of levity for the council and everybody else, my bedtime reminder just went off on my watch. So there's that for you. I am a fan of United. I am a fan of Peter Trevisani. I think that what I've heard, what I've experienced, it's all really exciting and thrilling. This is where I'm going to get on my little soapbox. So you're going to have to endure it because I'm really not going to apologize for taking a while. I think that it's really important that we can't skip over the public commentary. We can't skip over the fact that I promised my constituency that even if I personally want something, which I do, I think a stadium would be really cool. I think my family would enjoy a stadium. I think that it would be really good for the culture and family relationships here in Albuquerque and potentially even the state of New Mexico. And we need that. But I promised my constituency that if ever there was a day where perhaps the majority of them outreaching to me didn't agree with my personal opinion, that I would pay attention to that. And it's really hard for me to say that I'm going to ignore that. I would like to make sure to be clear that I am well aware that I'm a sponsor on this bill. I know it's by request. I have my beliefs. Again, personally, I want to make sure to go back to several things. I know Councillor Gibson had asked about the survey that was done. It's been brought to my attention that if you compare the two questions, one on a 2019 survey and one done earlier this year, that the 2019 survey included the question, how would you feel about a publicly financed stadium? And there was not such strong support. Whereas the question that was on the study or the survey this year said, how would you feel about a stadium? And we had stronger support. And I think that that is a key indicator of some of the statistics that we're talking about when we want to gauge how the public is feeling about the project that we're discussing. I'm a firm believer that the voters should be able to choose in many, many things, but I also have been made very drastically clear that they elected me to serve my due diligence on their behalf in most regards as well. So some of the things that we've been hearing about that people I've been reading these emails, they're not all form letters. A lot of them have a form letter subject line, but if you open them up, you can see that they're unique. So I know that they've started from somewhere in the same spot, but they have been very specific. So upon reading them, I want to make sure to point out that people are asking us, instead of spending money on a stadium, which again, I think would be really awesome, they want us to work on reducing crime, like radars in APD cars, staff for APD, training for APD, reducing speeding and drag racing, reducing auto theft and perhaps homicide, which during this meeting, there was another one that occurred earlier tonight. We should improve our infrastructure, including the convention center roof, streets, sidewalks. We should work on reducing drug addiction and mental health improvements, reduce homelessness, encampments, maybe get some rehab facilities, perhaps some more rental assistance. Children and family culture in this city. We just had one child kill another child earlier this week because we are failing in many, many cultural ways, which again, sports and family are all positive ways to encourage that. But economic development, when a city is suffering and our businesses are closing, we can't even have employees hired and working in what we currently have. Our transit department is suffering because they don't have transit drivers. APD again is suffering because they don't have employees, let alone the private businesses that we talk about that are having struggles. There's wage increases that are needed in order to properly employ people. Every property owner must agree to sell land if it's selected on a certain site, or this land acquisition can't happen. So there's so many things that we're talking about. I want to also bring up the fact that we all recognize construction costs are rising. How much is it going to cost to buy steel if it's already gone up fourfold in the last several months? I'm looking at our CIP projects that the council has, some of which have been on here for either almost a decade or perhaps even almost a decade. The projects total $180 million about. Currently, those projects, 46 of them that are on this list, 64 million has been accumulated and already taken, and like people have worked hard for, whether it's been at the legislature or through other bonds. That leaves us with $160 million, $116 million left to fund all of the projects that are on this list that the council throughout the entire city says is a priority for the entire community of Albuquerque. it's really hard to ignore all of that when we could get stuff done for everyone so that we can build a stadium. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm in any way disrespecting Mr. Trevisani or the United. I really do want to support them. But I think we can find a way to support United while not making financial decisions that are not responsible. So this is a lot of money. I think that we need to, you know, look at the future in our families and our community. I think that we need to consider how to support United, how to make things work. And I believe, and this will be my final question to you, is it possible to consider putting this on the next ballot instead of this one, should the council decide that this may not be the best way to go at this current time in our climate?
Councillor Bassan, the direct question or answer to your question is we can always put this on a different ballot. I would just say to you that the good news about this question and about the legislation before you tonight is the citizens get to make the decision, and ultimately they are the ones that pay the taxes and support us as a community. What better way to have a conversation with the community about all of the issues you just raised by giving them an opportunity to weigh in on this question and say to you, Councillor, thanks for letting us make the decision because we know what's best for us because we pay the taxes. So I just wanted to just point that out to you that appreciate the long conversation about all the things that we could be doing. And you and I both know, and all of us as adults know, there's many things we can do in Albuquerque, and we all work every day to try and make that happen. This is an opportunity to let the citizens weigh in and have them give us their perspective. Because for all the voices you've heard, there are many other voices out there in the community, especially in the more disadvantaged areas of our city that are really longing for an opportunity to go and spend an evening and forget all about those worries and enjoy a family time like all of us have done at United Games, and really make this about being united and having at least that period of moment in life that we can enjoy each other and be safe. So, but anyway, that's my perspective as it relates to your question. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rayal. I just have one more comment to that because it's a really good response that you had. I hope that people, I'm gonna reserve my next thought because it was just crass. But one would be able to argue that the voters have decided in all of the communications that they have provided to us, at least as far as what I'm hearing for what they expect me to do as their representative.
Councillor Bassan, is that your closing statement? So Councillor Bassan, I'm a little confused because you're one of the sponsors of this bill and yet you're saying that you don't want it. So I'm a little confused about.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President, this is a bill that I sponsored by request. And again, when I started out on this, I thought this was a fabulous idea. I still personally like this idea. I am not here to make a personal decision on behalf of my entire constituency. I am here to answer for them. And what I have heard more than not is that they are not in support of putting this on the ballot.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan, for clarifying that. I'm going to move to Councillor Benton and then back to Councillor Sena. Councillor Benton. Councillor Benton, you're muted.
Madam President, thank you. My connection is unstable, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam President, I think my connection is breaking up.
No, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, I'm going to turn off my camera. Maybe, I don't know whether that does any good or not. My sense on this discussion is certainly that there are questions that have been asked, multiple questions that have been asked by counselors and others tonight and leading up to this meeting. And I do agree that it's incumbent on the administration to these questions. I would even go so far as I think it would be good if prior to the election, if we were to put this on the ballot, that we zero in on a site, as well as answering some of the other questions that were. This is again for a ballot question. And as with other ballot questions that we put before the voters, I don't purport to, if something has some validity, I don't purport to say that it should not go before the voters. And I think this has great validity. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. Anybody give me a thumbs up if you can hear what I'm saying. Okay, thanks, Madam President. So questions do need to be answered. But I think with regard to the possible funding gaps over and above million and present funds that are already available, we have had strong support from our legislative delegation, very strong support. And I would anticipate that we will continue to, especially if the voters support the 50 million. And this, and I also just want to thank Mr. Rael and others from the administration who met at length with the Borellis community about this project. I think the Borellis community is interested in seeing it go on the ballot. That tells me a lot, that a lot of good outreach has been done. And that indicates to me that that we got to give this a chance at the ballot. We are introducing, as a result of those discussions, a community benefits agreement in a companion bill. However, it will be heard and go through the committee process separate from tonight, that we create a community benefits agreement. And Councilor Bassan has been kind enough to co-sponsor some brief language within the election. If you can hear me, give me that hands up, because I'm just going to turn off my video. I know the connection is bad.
We can, Counselor. Was that your final?
Yeah, just quickly. I have no indication of whether I'm being heard or not, so it makes it kind of hard.
You are being heard, Counselor. We can hear you.
Well, thank you. I again, with the strong interest, I'm not saying absolute support of the Borellis neighborhood, and the potential for this site to be a benefit to the revitalization of that neighborhood and the rail yards downtown, I do support putting this on the ballot. If there are no other questions, I do have an amendment. The amendment.
Counselor, we still have Counselor Senna still has some questions, and I still had some questions. We are supposed to adjourn at 10:30, counselors, and we still have a number of items. So just plan on being here later than 10:30, because I don't see how we are going to get through the rest of our agenda in potentially a half an hour if we go till 10 o'clock on this item. So we will probably have to amend our rules to allow for us to continue a little bit further into the night. So Councillor Benton, is that your final closing?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
We will come back to you because you have an amendment. Councillor Senna?
Thank you, Madam President. And I see Councillor Benton on your screen. It says low bandwidth. I think we all kind of have low bandwidth at this point, being almost 10 o'clock. But I wanted to, it wasn't answered quite yet in terms of my questions. If we are continuing to use, isotopes as an example, and really grateful that Mr. Rael was part of that and can kind of share more expertise, how much revenue does the team make and contribute back, or contributed to paying off some of the expenses or even some of the bonds, or relatively, what was their skin in the game, and how much can we anticipate for this stadium? How much, does the ownership have skin in the game on this?
Counselor Senna, before you go to Mr. Royale, the little study that my policy analyst did, which I sent out to you all on the last page, it discusses the Isotope Stadium. Actually, going through my garage, I found a little memorial card that had all the information, including financing. And so if you look at that email that I sent you all, at the very last page, you'll find the financing that was placed. The city bond issue for that particular was 25 million. But you have to realize when that was built, it was like I think it was 2020, I think, not 2020, 2002. I'm sorry. So if you look at that last page, you'll see some information in there, how many seats, etc.
Sure, thank you, Madam President, and thank you to also Susan for sending it. But I wanted it to be sure that the public knows too, since I'm sure they're not seeing the study being released or the information that you're sending. So I just want it to be clear so that we all have kind of an understanding going into this, how much is being contributed and what was, made off of either concessions and how much, again, skin in the game Isotopes had and paying off, some of the expenses and how much we anticipate for this new stadium.
Madam President and Councilor Senna, let me give you a bit of the history with Isotopes to help give you a sense of how that deal was structured. So the citizens of Albuquerque at the time, this was back in 2001 when we had a public vote. In fact, it was May of 2001 because we were under an agreement with the team after we struck an agreement that it had to be built within 9 months. So in May of 2001, the citizens voted on a bond issue per the city council to issue up to $10 million of bonds. These were general obligation bonds, which are very different than the ones we're talking about today. All of the general obligation bonds by state law must go to the voters, which is why your CIP goes to the voters as opposed to these bonds. Although we're asking the voters to make this decision, they don't necessarily always go to the voters, if you will. But having said that, the other 15 million for the facility was a combination of the proceeds, the goods and services sold at the park, i.e. the concessions and all of the, baseball caps, et cetera, that sold there, et cetera, plus a base rent of $700,000 a year. The city and the team agreed that whenever their proceeds, their revenues exceeded $1 million from goods and services in a given year, that the city would benefit on a 50-50 split of anything above that from the goods and services sold at the facility. So keep in mind that there are lots of revenue centers at Isotopes Park. For example, you have concessions, you have the suites, you also have the party areas, you have all of the areas in the back of the, if you will, all the amenities that are at the back of the field for kids to play on. All of those are revenue centers that are part of the entire package. But at that point, it was about ensuring that we were able to get enough revenues to bond against the $700,000 for sure, because that was a flat fee that was going to be paid every year. And then anything above and beyond that, we were able to use to offset bonds and to also put into a fund, a capital fund, a portion of that money so that if there was any major issues associated with lighting or, as we have done this year, replacing seats, et cetera, so that the stadium continues to be at a very high level, if you will, in terms of its appearance and functionality for the team. So it was a combination of revenue bonds and geo bonds that helped finance that project. And as it relates to what the team is making on a yearly basis, I don't have those numbers in front of me. But the important part of it is that as a result of the agreement, we were able to pay those bonds off early because the revenues were much more than we had anticipated. And a lot goes back to the quality and the product that's there. If you have if you will, the first couple of years of the Isotopes started, they were affiliated with the Florida Marlins. The Florida Marlins won the World Series that year. So it all came together in a very interesting way, where the team was very popular for the first 5 or 6 years of its existence. And obviously it's been there for years now.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dale. And, I think that clears up some, but not all of my reservations. I think that just having some of that understanding, I guess, projecting of what we could anticipate. I want this to be on record. From my understanding, it was 10% of concessions. And we can negotiate additional funds when it comes to the agreement. But it's, for me, if we're going to approve this and say voters do approve this, it's to say that, $50 million or more on top of legislative funds is going to go to the specific use. And what leverage can we actually provide to say that, look, say we do want a women's team, we want this to start within, 9 months or however long after the stadium is approved on its bond. What kind of standing do we have when this is really already kind of given if this is approved and then voters also approve this? I want to be sure that it's just out there that we're having these discussions and holding all of us accountable should it go through.
And Madam President, if I might, Councilor Sena and members of the council, I just want to reiterate what I said earlier, because I want to make sure, to your point, Councilor Sena, our leverage is we have all the leverage in this conversation, I will say, as a city. First and foremost, it's city public dollars that are going into this facility, number one. Number two, any contract negotiated with any user, any tenant in that facility has to go to the council for approval, which means that we can negotiate a contract if this contract does not have everything we want in it or within reason, because we also have to realize that this is also a business proposition. We want the team to be successful. So from my perspective, the public's interest and the public's purse is being managed very well, because it's going to be all in public in a conversation like this in a year, should we be successful or less. Looking at a contract, do we have enough clawbacks in the agreement? Are there guarantees on payments? Did we negotiate the right, if you will, rent or a base rent? Did we negotiate enough out of the concession revenues? Are they putting enough funds into the maintenance of the facility? Are they going to provide opportunities for low-income families and children to enjoy the facility at a discounted rate? All of those things are part of that conversation that will be very public and very, very much in front of the council for approval, just like Isotopes agreement was. So I would just say to you and to the folks listening that this is not just because the voters have made that decision. If they were to approve it, we have many more, much more to do as it relates to getting this deal finalized before we begin to go to construction.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. L. And I know that we're getting down to the wire, and as on one too, I might need one taller since I'm so short, but I just wanted to share that, I do have a lot of my own reservations about this, and things that I constantly think about in terms of how we invest our money is so important as to what we say to our community, and what is our priorities. And I do agree that there are so many issues at hand that we can be addressing. Standing in the eviction prevention line along with Roadrunner Food Bank, reaching out to constituents who are facing evictions and facing so many other issues, and hearing from just the need and desire for more mental and behavioral health issues and so many pressing things that we should be addressing. I will say I have lost a lot of sleep about this very legislation. However, I also do think that we haven't exactly heard from a lot of constituents. I have not, as much as written comment and public comment has been done, I don't know if that's necessarily enough to capture what our community really feels and believes that what we should do for Albuquerque. So, I think I'll leave it at that. I would speak on it a little bit more and maybe stand longer on the soapbox, but I do know that we have quite a long meeting. But I think that it's just so important as we're making these discussions to lay out all of the information and the facts to our community if the opportunity is there, to get more input and hear from community as to how they feel. It has been a mixed bag in terms of my reception of comments from constituents in the district. So it's tough to call, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Senna. I see Councillor Jones has got her hand raised also.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very quick about this. I think most of us are very much in favor of a stadium. But I also believe that at least a few of us are very much opposed to having it brought to us at the last moment without good backup, no discussion, personal one-on-one, no idea of what's really happening, what the transaction, what the deal is. If we're cutting a $50 million deal, we should get a chance to see what it is before we vote and commit our citizens to paying for it. So all I can say is, Mr. Royale, you did a great job of arguing the case and you made some good points. But I still go back to, we don't have enough information for me to vote for this. I might in 30 days, if I had more information that was valid and I had something to back it up. I think the isotopes are a great asset to the city of Albuquerque. And I hope we can build a stadium for them. But right now, with this deal in front of us, that's not the right way to do it. Thank you, Madam President, for indulging me and letting me speak again.
Thank you, councilors. I'm going to ask a few questions myself that I'm still unclear about. So the first question, I'd like to go back to Mr. Botka. If you're still awake, Mr. Botka. And I know you and I had a discussion this afternoon before council because I had some questions about the bonds and the capacity. And you clarified to me that we are basically investing our debt service into this particular project if it moves forward. And so one of the questions that I had was with regard to that investment, the city of Albuquerque has a number of different types of bonds. Can you just explain what those bonds are and what particular bond type we're using for this particular project if it is approved by the voters? Can you just clarify that for me again? Are you hearing me?
Yes, sorry, we were on mute. So, Madam President, I'll be happy to explain to you different kinds of bonds. So we, and Councilor Senna mentioned the CIP process. So those are the general obligation bonds, and they are based on our property tax revenue. And it has a process which is pretty much in place, and we go through the cycle of proposing the projects to the council, and there are hearings and things like that. And those bonds are paid from the property tax revenue. The other types of bonds are gross receipt tax bonds, largest tax bonds. And those bonds are secured by our pledge of the revenue stream that we receive from the state, which is the state shared gross receipt tax, which is 1.225% of the sales. And within that category, even though the largest tax bonds are pledged by gross receipt tax, they are actually paid off from largest tax revenue. So that leaves the purely gross receipt tax bonds, which we are talking about here. And to simplify it further, let's just take an example of a home mortgage. Let's say you have a home mortgage payment of $1,300 a month, and it consists of several mortgages. It's first mortgage, second mortgage, third mortgage. In this case, we have several different bond series that we have issued in past. And the total payments are, just for assumption, $1,300 a month. Now we have paid off a couple of mortgages, and our payment now is instead of $1,300, it's going to be $800. So we have that difference of roughly $500 a month. And the calculation is, if we had to take another mortgage and we want to pay no more than $500 a month, how much that $500 will raise? And if we apply that to this scenario, it would raise, roughly speaking, $92 million. So what we are saying is that without committing ourselves to higher debt service payment, we have an opportunity to sell bonds worth $92 million. And we are proposing that $50 million bond can be used for the stadium. So in worst case scenario, let's say we have to eat the cost. Our commitment is still not going to be more than what we already are used to, which is $1,300 a month in the example I gave you. So that's where we are. So this is a gross receipt tax bond, which is paid from the gross receipt tax revenue that we receive from the state shared revenue. And the other bonds that goes through the CIP process, the GO bond, as we call them, and they are based on the property tax revenue. I hope that clarifies your question.
And just follow-up questions. I have a couple of follow-up questions regarding the bonds. So you're telling me, first of all, that there's different types of bonds that we use for different types of uses in the city. Is that, or different commitments that we have? Is that not correct? And you're telling me that the debt service does not exceed what we have already committed for this particular type of bond if we were to allow, or if the public were to allow, let me rephrase that, this bond question. You're basically telling me that we are not exceeding the limitation that we had already set for ourselves. Is that correct?
Madam President, yes, you are correct. So as far as the bond capacity, we are within our legal limit as to, even if we issue these bonds, we will be still way below the legal limit.
And are these bonds, the type of bonds that we would be issuing if we were issuing bonds for, let's say, a homeless shelter or a, I don't know, a new housing project? These are different type of bonds than that particular commitment. Is that not correct?
Madam President, it's kind of subjective. It depends. The bond structure is basically same. However, the asset that we are proposing to build out of this bond is sort of income generating kind of property, because it would generate the rent, as opposed to homeless shelter, where not only it will not generate any revenues, but it will we will have to commit to some operational cost. And in this scenario, our intention is to have some sort of agreement where the operational cost and the maintenance will be covered by the rent. And there may be even additional income from there, which would help us pay the bonds, even though we don't need that additional income. We do have sufficient debt service commitment, which will pay for the bond. But the difference is that this is sort of an income generating asset versus the other examples you gave us are not.
Which are
And
not.
they are
income
not, and in
generating.
fact, they actually requires us additional commitment on the operating cost.
I see. Okay, so if the public were to allow this particular investment, are we going to be affecting our Moody's rating?
Very good question, Madam President. No, and that's the beauty of it, because the rating will, the raters actually review not only the bond capacity, but they would review, are we committing ourselves to more debt service amount than we are used to? In this case, as I gave you the example before, the actual debt service amount for the gross receipt tax right now is $13 million. It is going to go down to $8 million. And let's say we issue $50 million bonds, then the debt service will go up to $11.2 million, still below $13 million. So it is not going to impact the bond rating. We will continue to have the strong
within our capacity if the public were to approve this particular bond, is what you're saying.
Madam President, yes. And if we issue the bond, our debt service amount will actually still not be the level it was last year or the year before.
And this may not be a question for you, but what is the life of this bond?
Madam President, the life of the bond would be $20 million, which is normal for this kind of assets.
Okay. So that would be what the developer would be on the hook for, right? $20 million.
Madam President, I'll have Mr. Ryle answer that.
The life of the bond is
20 million, yeah.
Madam President, as we get into negotiations, certainly that piece of the negotiations would be part of the conversation with the developer as we enter into a lease agreement.
So Mr. Rael, would you consider this, even though we don't have full information at this point, like location and that sort of thing, would you consider this kind equivalent to a public-private partnership?
Madam President and members of the council, yes, I would consider this a public-private partnership in that the entity, i.e. the United, is paying a rent to use a public facility, and helping, and with use of that rent and that rental payment will help not only pay for the operating costs of that said facility, but also potentially helping with the, if you will, diffusing the bonds and for the life of the bonds.
So Mr. Rael, I was reviewing the little summary that my staff did for me on several different, and I sent it to you. Denver Metro, they have Dick's Sporting Goods Stadium at the cost of $64.5 million, which is the voters agreed to that cost. And Sandy, Utah, the cost of $110 million stadium. So, and I guess, you know, I mean, you can't compare apples to oranges because we don't know what our development agreements would look like. But if you say that this is a public-private partnership, what exactly is the private side putting into this? Because if the public is putting in the cost of the bonds and the guarantee of the bonds, what is the private portion of this deal?
Madam President, the public side is that we have a the city putting in, as you said, the facility. The private side is the use of the facility and the rental payment back to the city for the use of the facility, so that the facility is being paid for and maintained by the private sector, and that the proceeds from the rental payments and or the additional revenues that the city may get, whether it's naming rights, et cetera, will help pay for a portion of the bonds, if not all of the bonds, through the life of the bonds.
Okay, and then my last question, Mr. Royale, and I'm glad that you're on the hook right now, is with regard to the language on the ballot, the exact language. And I want to be very clear about this, because that is what is being approved tonight as the language that goes on the ballot. Now, could you just reiterate that language for us, please?
Madam President, let me pull up the bill because I don't have it in front of me. Is it? Okay. All right, Madam President, the language on the ballot reads as follows. Shall the city of Albuquerque acquire property for and to design, develop, erect, construct, and otherwise improve a public stadium for multi-purpose use, including but not limited to professional soccer events, to be financed by up to $50 million in its gross receipts tax revenue bonds? That would be the question before the voters.
So the language does not discuss a location per se. It does not discuss, you know, a development agreement specific to this development. It just says, if the voters agree to this language, then this is what they're approving. They're approving the possibility, I mean, the use of the bond to construct, to acquire land, construct, design, construct, etc. They're not saying where it's going to be located. They're not saying who's going to build it necessarily, other than we may have United on the hook. We hope. I mean, I guess Mr. Travestani's smiling. They're not saying how many jobs. They're not saying, you know, who we're going to hire to construct it or anything like that, right? It's just, should the city have this available and find the land, then they should look at building a stadium.
Madam President, yes, your perspective is correct. The citizens are going to be telling us whether or not we can use $50 million to design, construct, erect a public stadium. And that's all where they're giving us direction. Once that, if they approve that, then as elected officials, you all and the mayor will approve where that goes through a public process, what that contract looks like through a public process, and then move forward with the appropriate decisions that need to be made to build this facility. So that is correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Royale. That's those answered some of my questions. Are there any other questions from the council? If not, it does, Councilor Benton. Councilor Benton?
Yes, I'll try my my audio at least again, Madam President. I'd like to go ahead and move floor amendment number 1.
Go ahead, Councilor.
And this is sponsored by myself and Councilor Bassan. On page 3, after line 27, insert the following section 10. Should the bond election question receive approval of a majority of the votes cast at the election, the city is committed to the development of a community benefits agreement related to the project. Renumber subsequent sections accordingly, and that's the community benefits agreement that we talked about that has been proposed by some of the community advocates in Borellis and at their meeting, along with the South Broadway neighborhood, and has been agreed to in principle by the city as well.
Thank you, Councillor Benton, for moving that amendment. Do I have a second? Councillor Bassan, thank you for that second. With that, if there are any questions, councillors? If not, we'll move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 on floor amendment 1.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have any other floor amendments, Councillor?
I do not, Madam President.
So that concludes our amendments, Councillor. Councillor Pena, I see your hand up now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a floor amendment, I guess what you would call 2 now. And that is on page 4, line 7, insert the following, section 12. The city anticipates that as it retires and refinances outstanding bonds backed by the state share gross receipts tax revenue during this fiscal year, it will begin to realize year-over-year savings in its annual debt service obligation, which will free up funds to apply toward bonds for new capital projects in the city with no net impact on the current debt service obligations. It is the intent of the city to utilize some of this capacity for funding the development and construction of new youth amateur fields west of the river.
Thank you, Councillor. I will second that. Councillors, do you have any questions? I see a question from Councillor Bassan.
Thank you, Madam President. I had spoken with Councillor Pena about this earlier, and I just wanted to make sure that I was fair and spoke my mind so that everyone else would know. But I do support the youth and soccer stadiums on the west side. I just feel like if we were going to make a resolution to document this, that we should all be able to make resolutions documenting all of the things that we support in our own districts and everywhere else. So I had said that although I support that and I'm willing to help find funding for it, I will not be in support of this resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Bassan. Councillor Gibson.
I retract that. Never mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any other comments? If not, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Ortega, will you take the vote?
Councillor Bassan.
No.
Councillor Benton.
No.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
No.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 5-4 vote.
Thank you, councillors. That motion passes on a 5-4 vote. Any others? That's it. Okay, councillors, we will move back to the original amendment. Councillor Benton and Councillor Bassan, R187, as amended.
I'm going to let Councillor Benton do the close.
And Councillor Benton, you may have to reiterate your vote because this was amended. He doesn't need to. Oh, okay. Never mind, Councillor. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. It's late, and the decision on this does have to occur tonight if it's going to make it on the ballot. Again, as I said before, I think without question, there are questions, and these questions need to be answered as we move forward. And there's some time before the election, and I think as many of these kind of questions that were raised tonight and been raised by the public as can be answered by the administration, they should be. And but I think this project does have promise. It does have promise along the lines of what we talked about earlier of locating it along the rail runner tracks and along our major transit corridor to bring in a potentially large audience and a larger audience actually with those transportation options in mind. plenty of questions of my own, but I think with this community benefits agreement, we're putting a strong foot forward towards helping the immediate community, whichever one it is, in which it is selected for if it is approved by the voters. So plenty of things that can be said, but it's a late night and I urge your support. I think let's let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. Councillor Bassan, did you have anything to add? Nope. All right, well, with that, councillors, we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
No.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
No.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena, Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you, councillors. That motion passes on a 7-2 vote. With that, we will move on to item P, as indicated before. Councillor Pena, R193.
Thank you, Madam President. Give me just 2 seconds to sift through the pages. So R193 is directing that the city expand the site selection evaluation for a proposed multi-use soccer stadium to include evaluation of one or more options west of the river and appropriating funds for the same. I move we do pass.
Thank you, Councillor Pena. I will second that vote. Are there questions for the council? I do not see any questions, surprisingly. Going once, going twice. We will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
No.
Councillor Benton,
No.
Councillor Davis,
No.
Councillor Gibson,
No.
Councillor Harris,
No.
Councillor Jones,
No.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion fails on a 3-6 vote.
Thank you, councillors, for that. What was that vote?
3-6.
Fails.
6-3.
Fails.
Okay. So with that, councillors, we're going to move back to the beginning of the agenda, and we have some councillors that have agreed to defer, and I thank you very much for that. It appears Councillor Sena, C, D, and E. It appears we will defer these, correct? Okay, Councillor Sena, would you like to make a motion for C, D, and E? To defer a motion for each?
I think I'll have to do those each separately.
Yes, yes, a motion for each.
I would prefer not to, but I think in spite of time and to allow us to think this through thoroughly, I will make a motion to defer 067 to the next council meeting, amending sections 7-2-1-2 of the transit system ordinance to provide for a zero fare pilot project and creating a new section.
And that would be to September the 8th, Councillor. And it looks like you have a second from Councillor Harris. Thank you, Councillor Harris, for that motion. Any questions? If not, we will move on to 067, Ms. Ortega. Defer.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Sena,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral to September 8th.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Sena, item D.
Thank you,
R2148.
I move deferral of R173 to our September 8th council meeting.
I'm sorry, R173, yes. And that would be September the 8th again.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Counselor Jones, for that second. Any questions? Counselor Davis, you have your hand up. Is that a second also? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, counselors, and thank you so much, Counselor Sena. We'll move to item number E. Counselor Sena?
Thank you, Madam President. I will move for a deferral of R178 to September 8th council meeting.
And I will second that, Counselor. And Counselor Benton also offered a second. Any questions, counselors? I don't see any questions. We will move to Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, counselors. That brings us to a 9-0 vote. So we are going to move on to item F. Counselor Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. Depending upon the staff report, I think we can move on these two nuisance bills quickly. And just a quick update, if we can, from Mr. Metzger or the planning department.
Mr. Metzger, are you still with us? Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Madam President. Angelo Metzger, Code Compliance Manager with the Planning Department. On R135, this property is currently in the middle of being rehabbed. We had a responsible party step up who was going to attend the meeting. I'm not sure if they're still here. And they have commenced work and are moving forward on renovating the structure.
And while we're on this, Madam President, can you give us an update on R155? I know I'm a little bit out of bounds here, but we've got two items here to consider.
Thank you,
Yes.
Counselor Benton. We will handle them with separate motions, but we can discuss them since they're within the same general area.
And Madam President, Councilor Benton, I apologize. I do have them switched. R135 has been sold and that new owner has moved forward with renovating it. And then R155, the responsible party has stepped up and has started renovation and cleaning of the property and getting it ready for habitable status.
Thank you, Mr. Metzger. So on the item of R135, help me out, Mr. Melendres. If somebody can I go ahead and move a withdrawal of this at this point? Or we've already gone past withdrawal. Or I suppose I could, right?
Madam President, Councilor Benton, it is not an inappropriate time to move withdrawal. You can move that at this point if that's the motion you'd like to make.
Counselor Benton, are you withdrawing this?
I heard none of that.
Counselor Benton, what they said is.
If the answer is yes, I'll move a withdrawal.
Yes. Thank you, Counselor Benton, and this item is withdrawn. We have to vote? Okay, we will have to vote on that. Counselor Benton, I will second that. And Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson, Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 with Counselor Harris excused. This matter is withdrawn.
Thank you, counselors. Counselor Harris had to leave us. So we are on item G. Counselor Benton.
On item G, Madam President, this is the 04 High Street Southeast. I'll move a deferral of first meeting in October.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? It does not appear so. Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
That's 8-0 on deferral to October 4th.
Okay, counselors, so that is October 4th scheduled. Counselor Sena, item H, R156.
I move R156, a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 832 Estancia Drive Northwest within the city limits of Albuquerque, so ruined, damaged, and dilapidated as to be a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, safety that is required to be removed.
Thank you, Counselor. I'll second your motion.
And can we also get an update on this, Mr. Metzger?
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Sena. This property has, the last month or so has really started to deteriorate and attract a lot of people to it, whether they're camping in the back or they're breaking into it. It's really becoming a nuisance for the neighborhood more than what it was prior to. And we would recommend a pass to allow us to demo the property.
Thank you, Mr. Metzger. I will say that on this property, we have had no luck in terms of reaching out to the property owners. I would have been willing to possibly defer this tonight because of just more efforts. But I think at this point, after your updates, in hearing of some of the issues and calls that it's generating, I'm going to proceed forward. It's not an easy thing that we do and not by any means something that we want to do. But of course, that the hope is that by proceeding forward, someone will come forward. Thank you, Mr. Metzger, and I appreciate all the hard work that you and of course code enforcement are doing.
Madam President, Councilor Sena, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. We know you've been working on this and really trying hard for the last year, at least that I know of. I guess if there are no questions, then we will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yeah.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you, counselors. We will move on to item R171, item I, which is Counselor Benton. Counselor Benton, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Madam President, R171 is concerning the future management of the Candelaria Nature Preserve and the approval of its resource management plan. I move a due pass.
Thank you, Counselor. You have a second from Counselor Davis. Any questions, counselors?
And Madam President, we have a number of amendments. This plan has been a long time in coming. I think it deserves a full hearing. I'm going to move a deferral until our next meeting.
I'll second that.
Thank you, counselors. We have a motion and a second from Counselor Jones. Any questions? If not, we will move to Ms. Ortega. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yeah.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0 on the deferral to September 8th.
Thank you, counselors. That motion is deferred to September the 8th. We will move on to Counselor Benton and Davis, R179.
Bear with me just a second, Madam President. My apologies. I'm going to ask Mr. Melendrez, there was a time-sensitive matter on getting this passed. If Mr. Melendrez says we can wait, I'd prefer to defer it because there are some amendments, but I'm sensitive to a state deadline that we have to comply with.
Madam President, Councilor Davis, I'm not aware of a specific state deadline at this point, but I do understand that there is still urgency on that front. And so to the extent that you could get through this quickly, I think that would probably be be preferred since it's been deferred a couple times.
I think that's the case. And so, Madam President, I'm going to move R-187. It concerns a bond election to be held. Declaring the R-179 declares the intent of the City Council to consider the adoption of a resolution to form the South Campus TID and all the other things that go with it. I move a do pass.
Thank you, Counselor Davis. We have a second from Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move a floor substitute for R-179. It is available in the iPads and it's been available for review and has some technical changes.
Thank you,
I'll second
Counselor
that.
Davis and Counselor Jones and Counselor Benton both second that. Any discussion?
Urge your support.
Don't see any discussion. So we will take a vote on the amendment.
Floor sub.
Floor sub.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on the floor sub.
Very well. Counselor Davis, do you have an amendment to the floor sub?
Madam President, if my colleague, Councilor Benton, is still having connection issues, I'm just going to move the amendment to the floor substitute. Thank you to Mr. Moya. I understand that the administration does not oppose this, and so I would move amendment to floor substitute as displayed on the screen, whatever the number is.
Thank you, Counselor Davis. We will call that floor amendment number 1. And I have a second from Counselor Benton and Counselor Bassan.
If the administration doesn't have any comment, Madam President, I would urge your support.
Any questions, counselors? Does not appear
President.
so. Oh, Mr. Rael?
Madam President, I would just say that I know we've deferred this a couple of times. I appreciate the counselors, Counselor Davis and Counselor Benton sending the language to us. And we're fine with this. I think this is a good idea to spur some development in that part of the city. And so we're in support.
Thank you, Mr. Rael.
And Madam
Counselor
President,
Davis
to close, we just want to say that we appreciate the administration working with us through these unusual circumstances. And thank you to Mr. Real for working with us on that.
Thank you, Counselor Davis. With that, we will move on to the vote on the floor amendment.
Correct. Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
That's 8-0 to floor amendment number 1 to the floor sub.
Thank you. That is the floor amendment. And we will move back to the floor sub. Counselor Davis?
R-179 as a substituted and amended, I move a do pass.
Okay, you already.
I'm sorry, we did that.
Counselor Bassan, I think we already had a motion, didn't we, on that in a second? Yes, so we didn't need that motion, Counselor Davis. So we will just go ahead and take the vote on that.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego. Counselor Borrego.
Yes, sorry, I muted myself.
That's 8-0 on R-179 as substituted and once amended.
Thank you, counselors. We're almost done. I'm going to move on, counselors, to item M, which is my bill. It's R-188, encouraging the Albuquerque Ditch and Water Safety Task Force to conduct a study to improve the safety of stormwater channels, arroyos, and irrigation canals. And I would just like to thank the mayor. I have for helping us to find the funding for this study. And I see Counselor Sena has offered a second, or any questions? If not, counselors, we will move to the vote. Ms. Ortiz.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. We are moving on to item N, which is Counselor Benton, 074, Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam President. 074 is amending ordinance number floor substitute 02165 relating to the authorization, issuance, and sale of City of Albuquerque Industrial Revenue Bond for El Encanto Incorporated Tax Exempt Series 2021 and providing for the issuance of the bond as a taxable bond. I move a due pass.
Excuse me, Madam.
Okay,
President.
Counselor excuse me, Counselor Gibson. Counselor Benton, you needed to move 074 and then we need to move the floor substitute. So I guess that's a motion for 074 first. And who
That was
seconded?
the main bill. That
Yes.
was the
And I
original.
needed a second on that.
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. And Counselor Gibson, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
No, you covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Benton, we will move on to your floor sub at this point if you'd like to move that.
Yes, I'll move the floor substitute, which is in your iPads for 074.
Thank you, Counselor Benton.
Second.
Counselor Davis, thank you for that second. Any questions? I do not see any questions on the floor sub. Ms. Ortega?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on the floor sub.
Thank you, counselors. That concludes item N. So we will move on to item O, which is Oh, I have to go on back to the original bill as substituted. Counselor Benton to close.
Urge your support, counselors.
Questions, counselors? Nope. Okay, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0 on 074 as substituted.
Okay, Counselor Bassan, we could use some of that levity right about now.
My, Madam President, my watch went to sleep already, so I'm not even here anymore.
Okay, counselors, we are 3 minutes out from our turning into a pumpkin time, Counselor Bassan. So I need a motion from one of the counselors to, let's see, let me give you the appropriate language here.
Madam President, we have one more to go, I think, and it will probably.
Actually, we also have the appeal, counselors.
Oh, man.
So I'm going to need a motion to rule suspension for the
Madam
purpose of
President,
extending our
I'll make
meeting.
that motion. I'll make that motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting for what, 15 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I think we can get
10:45.
done in 15 minutes. 10:45. Thank you, Counselor Sena, for the second. Ms. Ortega, would you like to take that vote?
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
8-0.
Thank you, counselors. We're going to try to move this along in 15 minutes then. We are on our final order of final actions, which is item O, Counselor Davis, R189.
Thank you, Madam President. This is by request. I would move a due pass on R189, which accepts and appropriates FAA grants from the American Rescue Plan Act for the Aviation Department.
Thank you, Counselor. You have a second from Counselor Benton, second from Counselor Sena. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions, counselors? I don't see any, so we will move on to the vote. Ms. Ortega.
Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
passes 8-0.
Thank you, counselors. With that, we will move on to our favorite pastime, item number 12, public hearings. And this is AC-21-9. This is located in Nob Hill Neighborhood Association appeals the zoning hearing examiner's decision. Mr. Melendres.
Madam President, councilors, the issue in this appeal is whether a residential wall height variance should be approved. The zoning hearing examiner approved that variance. It was appealed by the Nob Hill Neighborhood Association to the land use hearing officer. The land use hearing officer reviewed that decision and determined that there was sufficient evidence to support approval of the variance, that there were some unique circumstances applicable to the property due to its proximity to Silver Avenue, which sort of separates the property from the more intense land uses in Nob Hill, and due to delivery trucks that locate there on that area and contribute to impacts on the subject site. The land use hearing officer found that evidence sufficient to support the ZHC's decision and is recommending that the zoning hearing examiner be upheld and that the variance be approved. You're not going to hear from the parties tonight. If you have questions, I'll do my best to answer those questions. And you will move tonight to accept or reject the recommendation of your land use hearing officer. If you reject that recommendation, we can schedule this for a full hearing at some point in the future, at your next meeting, in fact.
It appears that we have several questions. Councillor Davis and Councillor Gibson.
Madam President, I would let other councilors entertain their questions. I would have a motion, and I think I intend to make a motion to reject the Lujo recommendations and have a hearing. Although if that fails, I think we could take up other options, but I would defer to other councilors before I make that motion.
Councillor Gibson, and I'm not sure, Councillor Sena, do you have your hand up? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have questions. I was about to make a motion myself, which is different from Councillor Davis's.
Do we have discussion?
Madam President, I can make this fairly quick if Councilor Gibson is okay with it. I would like to make a motion to reject the Lujo recommendations. In a review of the case, I feel like the neighborhood made a decent argument that their hearing wasn't, that they didn't have an opportunity to present the full case, and I think could be done better. And so I would make a motion to reject the Lujo recommendations. If that fails, I would defer to other councilors. So,
Councillor Sena, you have your hand up.
I was seconding Councillor Davis's motion.
Thank you.
That's a second for Councillor Davis's motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second to reject the Lujo recommendation and schedule this for a full hearing. Any questions? If not, we will move to Ms. Ortega for the vote.
Councillor Bassan.
No.
Was that no, Councillor? Just want to verify I heard correctly.
Yes, ma'am, that's a no.
Thank you. Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
No.
Councillor Jones.
No.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Motion passes on a 5-3 vote with Councillor Harris excused.
Madam President, councilors, we will have a full hearing on that matter on September 8th.
Thank you, councilors. That concludes our order of business for tonight. Are there any other comments or any other business to come before the council this evening? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you, councilors.